Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the March 9th, 2012 meeting of the Implementation Committee of the State Allocation Board. I'm Bill Savage. I'm the Assistant Executive Officer for the board. And why don't we do introductions and start down with my left.
It's Paul Hansen, Ventura County Office of Education, representing county schools.
Kathy Allen, San Juan Unified School District, representing Cash.
Gary Gibbs, representing California Building Industry Association.
Juan Morales, representing the Office of Public School Construction.
You're just nobody? Richard Conrad, representing the Division of the State Architect.
Debbie Pearson, Small School Districts Association.
Robert Pierce, representing Suburban Schools.
Eric Bakke, Los Angeles Unified.
Dennis Dunstan with Total School Solutions, representing the Council of Educational Facility Planners.
Lee Coop, Vacaville Unified School District, representing California Association of School Business Officials.
Mary Morris, HMC Architects, representing the American Institute of Architects.
Fred Jagow, Department of Education.
That's it? Okay, good. Thank you. Before we start, I did want to actually give everybody on the Implementation Committee a thank you from the State Allocation Board for the time commitment that you make, and actually to our stakeholders who attend the meetings and to people who are watching on the webcast. I think the board has indicated by the kind of items that they've asked us to look at and provide feedback to them and recommendations that they have a great deal of trust in and respect for the knowledge that we bring, all of us at the table and in the audience, to the school facility program. And we're in a challenging and important transitional period in the program, and having everyone here and having your input is extremely important. So I want to thank everyone for being here and for putting in the energy that you do on the committee. So I'll entertain any comments or jokes right now regarding the table setup. No, I'm only kidding. But apologize for the informal nature of the setup. But appreciate everyone coming out to the ZIG. And as I'll represent OPSC staff and say, welcome to our world. And so if there are bathrooms out on the other side of the elevator bank, I think, that may be the closest ones. And I think the worst part about being here for OPSC staff is that I want them all that they'll have a tendency to go back to their desks and do some work during lunch. And I want you all not to do that. I have no ability to direct staff at all. However, I would like you all to go and get lunch, not go back to your cubicles, okay? No, I'm just kidding. But I think that's the worst part about being here is you're in your own environment, and so you're tempted to go back and get a little bit done while you can, because the staff works incredibly hard here. Make sure that you use your mics, and I'm sorry, we've got to share mics as we go down. Today, we anticipate that we're going to do a full meeting today. We're going to cover the item on availability, accepting applications beyond bond authority in the morning. Anticipate taking 2 hours on that, or 2 hours plus, breaking for lunch, and then spending an hour maximum on the other 2 items in the afternoon each. And so get out of here at about 3:30. The next meeting is scheduled for April 13th, 2012. And we're going to be looking at the final regulations, we believe, for SB 128 prior to taking them to the board. We're going to have a discussion at that time about the priority and funding rounds, certifications, and dollars available, an item that was referred to the committee by the State Allocation Board at the meeting of February last month. And we're going to follow up on our current items and any other items that the board might give us. So I think everyone can see that we have gone through a process of prioritizing what we're going to be considering, and we've in meeting with Juan Morales and Lisa Silverman, we looked at all of the items that the board has given us to consider, and we basically identified that the applications beyond bond authority was really the key item that needed discussion and needed to get back to the board. as soon as possible, so we're going to take that up first today. Then next month, the PIF certification rounds item that's a really important item, the PIW, and then SB 128, and then the other item that was referred to us by the board related to educational facility issues, K-8s, minimum essential facilities from Sequoia Union, Peel, at the last meeting. So we're kind of prioritizing the list in that order and want to focus on reaching resolution during this next two meetings on the bond authority, and hope to have a recommendation ready to take to the board at the end of next month's meeting on this item. So that said, is there any public comment from anyone in the audience on an item that's not on the agenda? Hearing none. Why don't we go ahead and start, and we'll do the introduction and background, or I'm sorry, we'll do the accepting of applications beyond bond authority. And before we have the staff presentation, Juan and I wanted to just give a brief summary of some of the considerations that we have been looking at going into this item. I think for myself, the issue of how we transition the school facilities program in a period where it's apparent that we are going to be exhausting our bond authority in new construction and modernization, how we transition the program during this period is key to continuing the success that we've had as a state in building and modernizing schools in California. What I want to challenge everybody here to think about, because I've talked to a lot of people over the last 2 weeks about this and tried to get feedback and input from a variety of people, I want to challenge you to think about what it is about where we are as a state and where the economy is in California and where we are with our debt service, our revenue, all of the issues that we face. How does that impact what we decide to do in relation to accepting applications, processing them, having board approval? Do we have traditional unfunded list? Do we have some other kind of list? How does this all play together as we transition our program? Because we're in a fundamentally changed position right now, and I think we all need to be really cognizant of the issues that especially the legislature and the administration are facing as we go forward in relation to where we've come with our debt service, where we are with the challenges that they all face, balancing the budget every year as we go forward. So I just wanted to put it in that context, and I'd like to have Juan give you some background also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to spend a little bit of time to talk about the current status of the remaining authority, specifically for new construction, and projects that we have in-house. Now, I know that we're here to discuss about what do we do about creating this list, and we're going to report back to the board. But in the meantime, the board did ask us to continue to accept applications, and we've been doing so. We have on our website our workload list. We have approximately $135 million on our workload list, and then we created a separate list, which is basically projects that right now appear to be beyond the authority. Again, I'm just talking about new construction program right now, but those projects right now, we received them, they have a date received, and then we're going to process them depending on what the board decides to do. So just want to let everybody know that we're continuing to accept them. We do have a separate list. It's on our website, and then we'll see what the board directs us to do in terms of what kind of a list we produce in the future. But I just want to make everybody aware. We did send them some letters, and even though it appears to be more projects than we have authority remaining, we're continuing to accept them right now. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, and don't know if any of the committee members or the audience have any questions on that before we get started on the item.
Okay. Thank you, Juan. So I want to introduce Brian Odell from the Office of Public School Construction, who will introduce the item, and it's contained in. Your mic's not working? Are you good?
It works. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Good morning. Again, Brian O'Dell, Office of Public School Construction, to talk about methods for accepting school facility program applications after the bond authority is exhausted. As was just mentioned, there's diminishing new construction and modernization bond authority. And so just a little bit of a background, it was interesting to do some research to see all of the different lists that have been created over the years. Beginning with the lease purchase program, as it was transitioned into the school facilities program, there was a list that was generated, and the new bond contemplated that and put some structures in and some rules about what would happen to that list. Then, if we look on page 3, there's a table that lists 1, 2, 3, 4 some of the lists over the years that have been created by the State Allocation Board. And right now, there is SFP Regulation 1859.95 that talks about when authority is exhausted, that there would be an unfunded list created. And that regulation has been amended, changed several times over the years to reflect the fact that all of these different types of unfunded lists had to be created, and it was changed to address some of the needs and direction from the State Allocation Board about what they wanted, what projects would go on it, what wouldn't. For example, the current version talks about how to handle new construction or modernization projects with priority points, what to do with those. Also, there was a provision in Prop 47 that allowed some school districts to create new construction pupil eligibility based on a certain alternative enrollment projection. That's different than the options we have today, but that was something available under Prop 47. And the current regulation says, well, for those, they don't go on the list. So we can see that every time, or I don't know, every time, but many times that an unfunded list had to be created, there was some thought put into what that list should look like, what projects should and shouldn't go on it. And so what the State Allocation Board has asked us to do is to talk about that, and also possibly what other type of list could be created, talk about different options and to gain feedback. To help with that, if we look on page on page 5, there's a table that lists the current lists that we have. The first one is the workload list, which gets published on the website, and that is a list of applications that have been received. There's been some analysis to verify that the project has minimum requirements, such as Department of Education approval. The project has approved plans and specs by the state architect, things like that. That gets entered into the database, including the pupil grants requested, site development, site acquisition, all those types of things. Just an upfront snapshot, and that's what gets published. Then the next column would be the unfunded list, or the true unfunded list, and that would be pursuant to 1859.95, which is there's no more authority, just doesn't exist, so these applications were fully processed and then approved by the board with no guarantee of funding. Then the next column would be unfunded list, lack of AB 55 loans, which is what was created just a few years ago as a result of the cash crisis, and that's the unfunded approvals that we refer to. Then finally the list, which is what everyone's goal is, the apportionment list, which is formal approval by the State Allocation Board that there's sufficient bond authority to provide for that project, and it's ready for a 5005 to be submitted for the district to actually receive the state funds. One last caveat that we were asked just to mention, and that has to do with administration costs for the program. And the board mentioned that the administration costs do come from the state bonds, and so exactly where that line, where that cutoff is of bond authority available to projects is impacted by the administration costs and what bond program, new construction, mod, etc., that those are ultimately drawn from over the next few years, while whatever we do with the list or other needs for the program are addressed and funded. So that's just an overview, and thank you.
Actually, before we proceed any further with comments and questions, I was actually expecting Bruce Hancock to be here, but I think he had a doctor's appointment. I would wonder if I could ask Mr. Smoot to give us some background on the transition period. I was looking around for any other old timers. Yeah, I'm speaking as one, not that far back, but and with all due respect. Would you mind giving us some perspective and background on the transition between the lease purchase program and the school facility program?
Well, good morning. And thank you for giving me a microphone. You've made my day.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, in the history of the program, and I go back to 1979, so the start of the lease purchase program, through the lease purchase program, and of course now into the transition and into the school facility program, there have been a number of times when the board ran out of bonding authority and created an unfunded list. And that list was used for a number of purposes. I'm sure you're all aware of most of those reasons. In 1998, it was very clear that there was going to be a new program, that the lease purchase program had served a useful purpose, its life had run, and there was going to be a new program. And the board had many discussions about those issues and made a decision that they would go ahead and complete or continue processing applications and providing unfunded approval. I'm going to call them that because I think that's what it was, but an approval and placing them on a list of projects that had met all the requirements of the lease purchase program. In the legislation for the transition period, there was specific conversation about that program and the fact that all of these unfunded approvals were sitting there in some limbo situation. In the legislation, there was specific provision made to allow school districts to either get funding under that program, the lease purchase program, or to maintain their place in line and convert to the school facility program. Either one. That was a transition period. It was up to the district which way they wanted to go. I can tell you that for Los Angeles, some projects were left under the lease purchase program and some projects were converted to the new school facility program. But there was provision made. There was, amongst other things, the information on that list was used to justify the level of the bond measure at the time. That was an enormous bond measure. It was the first time there was such a bond measure had been placed in the ballot for California voters, and it really worked very well to provide information to the voters so that they knew what the backlog was, and everybody understood that there was a program and that you could either stay in the old program or you could move into the new program and live with those requirements.
Sorry, did the board approve the LPP applications?
Yes, they did.
So they were fully processed?
Yes, they were fully processed, sitting there completely ready so that at the time of the funding availability, all staff had to do is pick them up and add them to an apportionment list and make the apportionment under the guidelines of the funding that was available and the grant amounts under the new program and the funding authorization amounts that were under the old program.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not bad for an old guy.
Any other questions? Do you have a question?
Just some comments.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and open it up for comments from the committee members? Thank you, Lyle. Appreciate it.
Sorry. That's another one of those guys that have been around since the beginning. It's just a couple additional thoughts. First of all, in terms of your opening comments about how do we frame this in terms of the state where the state is now, I don't think we want to ever lose sight of the fact that this is one of the best programs going on in terms of the state and probably country in terms of infrastructure and ability to move funds out into the marketplace quickly. And I think we have to keep going back to that and keep emphasizing that. And whatever we do, set that stage going forward for the next 2 years. It's a great program, and we can move money out. The bonds that have been sold are just sitting there, and you've got this huge train, bond issue coming in. And that's, if they sell those bonds, it's going to take years and years to move it out. We can move the money out fast. So whatever we structure, we should continue to do that. The second part of the equation is what makes it unique today versus even 10 years ago is we do have cash coming into the system. We still have $1.2 billion of bonding authority available within the system right now, and we're continually moving cash into the new construction account just through closeouts and through, the financial hardship issues and recession. So we're having at least $25–30 million being processed into new construction loans simply through that. So it's a program that's moving, and it's not a static process. Secondly, there are other funds that are moving in and shifting around over the next couple of years too. You've got, we've got the critically overcrowded school money. Some of that money is coming in. We have the huge debate about ORG, which is in the governance budget. So this program is not dead, and to the extent that it's not and it's vital, I think we need to set and continue somehow keep the applications moving along in response to that. So all of a sudden, if we have $100 million come in, we're not sitting there with no applications ready to process and move forward. So I think that's kind of what's a little unique about it. And lastly, let's keep this thing simple. I mean, to the extent we can just keep everything simple and not add, additional sub-lists, it would just be, I think, great for OPSC to do that, and certainly for everybody out there. I think that's very doable. I mean, I don't think we have to reinvent a lot of new lists out there. So, anyway.
Thank you, Gary. Does anyone else want to begin comments, questions?
Can you hear me? There we go. I would agree with Gary. I think we need to make sure that the program is active. We need to make sure that the voters, both at the state and the local level, understand that we're doing everything we can to keep our projects alive and moving forward, and maintaining an OPSC that's processing the applications, bringing them to the state allocation board for approval, is vital to continuing the program. I think if we don't do that, I think it will be viewed as though the program is dead, and I don't think any of us here would even want to contemplate what that would look like. So for our recommendation, and I didn't see, maybe there was a recommendation in the proposal, Brian, it was just kind of just a history. Okay. I'd like to just throw out there that we maintain actually this is kind of a weird situation. We have an unfunded list right now, which is probably confusing a lot of folks, that we have an unfunded list within bond authority, and we're talking about an unfunded list outside bond authority. I would just throw this out there for people to think about, maybe changing the terminology that we use for the unfunded list outside of bond authority to SAB approved project list. It kind of speaks to directly what it is, and that is that these are projects that have been approved by the state for funding in the event that there's funding available in the future. It gets away from the connotation of what unfunded means. I think there's a lot of debate in the Capitol and the legislature about that. And I think it's a very simple, straightforward approach to identify what it is, both to our local and to the state, what it is that we're dealing with, so we can identify and categorize what the total need is at the statewide level. That would be my recommendation.
I'd just jump onto that. I was thinking even simplify it to say the SAB approved workload list. So what you have is a workload list that comes into OPSC, and they process it through the normal, 2 to 3 months. Then they go to the board, and the board approves it as a SAB approved workload list. So you've got a workload list. One's the OPSC workload list, and the other one is the SAB approved workload list. So you just continue moving along and keep the list as is. Just a semantic, just a thought. But I don't really care.
Who's next?
I would like to be next, if that's okay.
You're complete, Mr. Bakke?
Yeah, I'm for now.
Okay.
So I would agree with Gary and Eric on that point. I think I would like to say, though, what Gary mentioned about a workload list, I would like it to be more than that. I'd like it to be an approved list, just without the guaranteed funding associated with that approval. And I think the current unfunded list, as I looked at this, Brian, it already makes it very clear that unless the rules change, you are going to receive this amount of money should bond funds be refreshed. So we could continue that sort of language. Just rules may change, programs may change. But the most important part for me, I just start worrying if we don't continue processing applications, the downstream effect of that. It worries me with regard to our level 2 fees. One of the triggers is that we have submitted an application, and if the staff stops accepting applications because the board's not approving applications, that creates a problem. It's very important for our local communities. It's a validation kind of the projects, especially if we're self-funding them 100% with the lack of state funding. So CDE approval means a lot, DSA approval means a lot, but also the State Allocation Board approving of that project and that it complies with the current rules and the validity that comes along with that means a lot to our community. So I would actually like to see it just more along the lines of the current unfunded list, with some obvious caveats, though.
I'm sorry. Dennis? Yeah, I can't really see, so just jump in.
Another thing that it does is if we have a substantial unfunded list, when the legislature starts looking at the next bill, if they make any changes in the program with a substantial number of projects and dollar amount on the unfunded list, they will have to address those. And if there are changes in the program, then they'll have to take that into account, as they did back when SB 50 was passed. They took into account the projects that were on the lease purchase program. So if there aren't any, or if there's just a few on the unfunded list, they may just say, well, we're not going to take those into account. But if there's a large number of a need and projects shown on there, then they're going to have to take that into account in the transition.
Well, can I, before we get another comment from you, can we just push on that a little bit? If we're in a situation where and not just back to you, Dennis, but to anyone on the committee, what if we were in a situation where we put projects on the list, they received were processed by OPSC, the funding indicated was X amount, and what if the new program changed the state share, let's say, so that instead of getting X up at a high level, all these projects would receive Y at a lower level? How does that, I mean, I'm just trying to challenge you to think about where we are, but how do you deal with a situation like that if there's a potential for a change in state funding that might negatively impact projects on a list?
Did that happen with the Modernization Grants?
So what's the comment? So we've done that in the 80-20, 60-40?
80-20, 60-40.
That was in 2002?
Prop 47 changed that.
And there were projects on the list at that time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you got to ask the counter question on that. So the argument is therefore don't have a list because the state funding might change. No. I think that's the debate. It's a serious one. What are you saying? What are you saying? If we don't, is there another option related to? I don't think there's there's no other answer or solution to that question, other than you don't have a list because the laws might change so much that will impact that list. I think you just have to have a caveat on that list that they need to know that the legislation could change and impact the funding on that list.
Okay.
Bill?
But I don't think that's a basis not to have a list.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there, in the comments that went out with the letter from OPSC about the list, they mentioned that there's no guarantee of funding, and I think that protects the SAB if no funds ever arrive or if there's changes to the program. And that's been in past practice as well.
I think I was mostly doing it not from the legal stand. I was just raising it more of a kind of expectations piece.
I think it's legit.
Just a concern. So did you have a comment, Kathy?
Actually, I would like to hand out a letter. Hopefully there's enough copies for everybody. If not, we'll have to share.
I got one.
But it's a letter from Cash that pretty much touches on everything that we've been talking about this morning already. Reiterates our position, the same as you've been hearing, that we just prefer to kind of keep things status quo. I think one of the things that that troubled me as I was going through this, and I'm trying to play the what if game. Okay, so what if we did this, and then a year or two from now, what would happen? And I found myself thinking along the lines of that puzzle game, that the tall puzzle game where you pull the little pieces out, and then Jenga. Thank you. We're proposing to pull a piece out, and then what if it comes toppling down? I mean, there are so many things that the domino effect to this, I think, are just crucial that I think if something were to change dramatically, we would find ourselves in a position of having to come back very quickly and fix things. It's working now. We submit knowing that there's no guarantee. We submit knowing that the funding levels might change. The rules change all the time. Granted, in the past, there's been some sort of a safe net, so to speak, by knowing, hopefully, which bond you're going to be funded out of. But this isn't really new for school districts and counties, so I think we're all kind of willing to work with that and live within the unknowns. But as Rob indicated, from my community's perspective, having that validation from the state level, albeit whatever it might look like, is important for my constituents to want to support future bonds and just on a number of levels. So and the letter will reflect this, that we would just prefer to continue with an unfunded list. We're certainly happy to come up with a different name for it, but status quo.
Thank you.
Bill? Yeah, another aspect of this is as the state runs out of money, school districts are going to have to look for every available resource that they can to move ahead with their building programs. And one of those is developer fees. And if I'm not mistaken, if you go to level 2 developer fees, I think it states in the law that you have to actively pursue applications in the state program for funding. Isn't that the case for developer fees? So if that's the case and we don't have an unfunded list, how can you show to go to level 2 fees, how can you show that you've actively pursued state funding if you don't have an unfunded list?
Okay. Thank you. Down that end. Do you have a comment?
Yeah.
Jump in.
Bill?
Yes.
Thank you. I would agree with Kathy's points about the uncertainty that school districts face already. We already know that, things changed drastically in 2008 and 2009, and all of a sudden we were getting the letter that says, even though you're on this list, there's no guarantee that you're going to get any funding. That changed dramatically in our local communities because we had to tell our boards that, our schools that, our community that, and it's been a few years now and they understand that uncertainty. Everybody knows what kind of economy we're in. How that plays out for us is that I'm actually talking to developers right now for new communities, albeit out several years. I'm telling them that right now the state program's looking pretty meager right now, but we all are working towards continuing with a state contribution, hopefully in the future, and they understand that. So we're putting in caveats and agreements, mitigation agreements that talk about if there's state funding, you'll pursue it. If it's not, we're going to try to see how it can be funded locally. And I think everyone, if you're upfront with that, everyone understands that. After their jaws drop, if they haven't been paying attention, and they realize, we've got to fund a school here. They still want neighborhood schools in their new communities. They still want new schools. That's still a good thing to have in a new community. It's a marketing issue. So for the economy to get going, it's all of that. The school needs to be there, and I think we're just living with the uncertainty, telling our boards that, telling the development community that, and I would just go with the status quo, continue with the unfunded list. I don't care what you call it necessarily, but the semantics, but I think we're already there. We can live with it.
Bill, if I can just add one more thing too, Lee just brought this to mind. All we do know right now are the current rules. We don't know, hopefully with a future bond in our near future, the rules could stay the same. They could change, but We definitely want districts who are fortunate enough to self-fund projects now to move forward for the economy's sake, let alone to adequately house students. But the current rules say if you occupy a new construction project without the application for apportionment being approved, you cannot seek funding for that project. And so it's another issue that I have wanting to move forward with projects, and if I don't have an application for funding under the existing rules, you look like you want to dive in.
I'm going to ask Mr. Morales to make sure we clarify what the rules are on that.
Got it.
Couple of comments, and I'll start off with that one. Right now, the regulations do require that a funding application is submitted to OPSC prior to occupancy. It doesn't state that it has to be approved by the board. So as long as it's submitted before you occupy, then you qualify.
So districts could essentially build the school with local funding. I just want to make sure. Is that correct? You could build a new school with developers together in a new community with local funding and be reimbursed in the future. Is that correct? Essentially.
As long as you submit a funding application before you occupy.
As long as you submit a funding application before occupancy.
Yes, that's the current rule.
All right. No, I don't think anybody's. No, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think we're talking about, and I don't think the board asked us to talk about not accepting applications. Is that correct? Is that your?
Yeah, that's also my understanding, and I want to just again make sure that we all understand the current process and the difference between the workload list that we have now and the true unfunded list. There's a lot of discussion at the board about creating sort of a needs list come 2014. And how we do that is what we're discussing today. They asked us to come back and have a discussion about it and then go back to the board. So I want to first talk about the workload list. For those of you that aren't familiar, this is what we have on our website. And the workload list includes projects that have been submitted to OPSC. OPSC does an initial intake review, which means that we check to make sure that you have all of the major components. Do you have the plans approved by CDE? Are the plans approved by the Division of State Architects? Those kind of things. And if the project does have all of those components, then we send a letter to the district acknowledging receipt of the application, and it gets placed on our workload list.
Do you calculate funding for it?
We include what the district is requesting in terms of funding. So we take a look at the application for funding, and all of the things that the district is requesting, we enter it into our system, which then calculates a preliminary grant amount. So, for example, on our website, and you can look up on our website right now, they have this. We've always had our workload list available. We list projects by district, county, site name. We have an application number. We have an application receive date, and we have an estimated state grant amount for each project that's submitted and accepted by OPSC. That is our workload list. So in terms of developing a list, right now the workload list does have all the preliminary amounts. Again, granted, it's based on what the district is requesting. Now it hasn't moved on to the next phase. The next phase of analysis where we take a look and, okay, are you eligible for all the grants that you requested or not, and we make any kind of adjustments as necessary. So on that point alone, I just want to make sure that we all understand that we currently have a list that does list all the projects. They do have a date received, and we do have preliminary grant amounts for each of the projects. That is the workload list. Now, so what is the difference between that and the approved list or the unfunded list? That means that after it gets accepted, then like I was saying, it goes through the analysis. We make any kind of adjustments. There's some correspondence between the district and OPSC, and then what gets presented to the board is a potentially different amount that then gets placed on an unfunded list. So I just want to make sure that I clarify because, and you can also take a look just for reference in terms of the difference. Both of these are online. The two lists are very similar. The only difference is really that, again, it's processed. The numbers have been reviewed and approved by OPSC, and the board grants potentially an unfunded approval, even though we know that there's no guarantee of funds. But I think that there's a lot of confusion out there about what we currently have. So I just want to make sure that that's clear in terms of the current process. We do have the workload list. It does generate information by project with grant amounts, preliminary albeit. And then the difference is that the unfunded list then goes to the board and grants and gets an unfunded approval. So I just wanted to lay out the current process and make sure that we all understand what we have available as we continue the discussion.
So, Juan, could you also clarify for us what the level 2 developer fee issue that was brought up in terms of the board's approval, what's required on that, what's in regulation?
I'm glad you brought that up because I did want to get clarification. I did hear a couple of comments about a requirement that the board approve the funding applications in order to trigger level 2 fees. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about that because I think that I may have a different interpretation. So can somebody, I don't remember who actually.
I think Kathy brought it in the letter.
I think the definition is that.
You've got to use a mic if you want to be heard.
I think the definition to pursue level 2 fee is that the district can demonstrate that they have eligibility for state funding. And that's different than necessarily applying for state money. But in order to demonstrate that you have to have eligibility, you have to be active in the state program.
You want to just clarify?
My interpretation, and I just read it last night for the 15th time this week, you have to have current approved eligibility for new construction, and you have to have an active application for funding. It doesn't say it has to be approved. Okay. But again, my concern is if you're not approving them and you're accepting them, and I just wanted to dive off on Juan's comment earlier, this would never happen in Elk Grove. But I can assume, and I think I've seen it in the past, where you submit an application for funding that you think is great or you think is spot on, and you may have had eligibility for X amount of classrooms or this, that, and the other thing, any number of variables, and it hits your workload list only to find later that it's completely deficient in certain areas, and therefore it's kicked back and maybe not even a complete enough application to be considered an application. And if you don't find that out for 4 years, when bond funds are refreshed or whenever it is, I'm just asking, I think it's back to the validity and the uncertainty piece of if the application makes it through the processing, call it whatever you want at the conclusion of that. But just to simply say I mailed it the day before we occupied and therefore it's in and I'm good, that makes me worry.
But, I can kind of address that, I think. I say, first of all, if you're eligible, that's fine. Second of all, if you submit an application to the state, because they're going to keep a rolling workload list no matter what. It's just how they're going to move it forward. I think that's more than demonstrates intent to pursue state funding. I don't think anyone would be opposed to that.
So do we have any people on the dais that I can't see that would like to make a comment?
Lee.
Well,
I think, go ahead.
Cesar, do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Cesar Diaz, State Building and Construction Trades Council. Can a school district just submit a letter that they intend to pursue state funding with the application?
I can answer. First of all, they have to demonstrate they have eligibility, and second of all, they have to submit an application for funding. And that's demonstrated by, one, having eligibility, which they do, and two, as long as it's on a workload list with OPSC, it demonstrates that they're pursuing state funding.
Bill?
Other comments?
Bill, I'm reading the cash letter, and if Kathy has quoted this correctly, and it's Government Code Section 65995.5 B1, there's different parts of it. You've got to submit a timely application, and it says for which it is eligible. So somebody has to determine that it's eligible and the and words there, and be determined by the board to meet the eligibility requirements. So for new construction. So is that just the preliminary thing that gets you on the workload, or is it all the way through review? I would say that you have to be reviewed to meet the eligibility requirements. Therefore, OPSC should continue to process fully and create a list. And I'm going to go back on what I said. I forgot. I had a mind blip. I forgot that everybody does care about the words. I care about what it's called, and I don't think the workload is enough. I think we need to continue with the unfunded list and fully process and have the OPSC staff make sure that the application is fully eligible and meets all the requirements. And they can only do that by doing a full review, and then it gets put on an unfunded list.
So through the magic of our government issue iPads, we're going to ask, Juan has the regulations here from the government code, so why don't we just read it and we can clarify what the issue is related to level 2. Go ahead, Matt.
He's about to read about developer fees.
So this is Government Code Section 65995.5, subsection B1. Actually, B, to be eligible to impose the fee, charge, dedication, or other requirement up to the amount calculated pursuant to this section, a governing board shall do all of the following. Subsection 1, make a timely application to the State Allocation Board for new construction funding for which it is eligible and be determined by the board to meet the eligibility requirements for new construction funding set forth in Article 2, commencing with Section 17071.10, and Article 3, commencing with Section 17071.75 of Chapter 12.5 of Part 10 of the Education Code.
Which is our favorite chapter.
A governing board that submits an application to determine the district's eligibility for new construction funding shall be deemed eligible if the State Allocation Board fails to notify the district of the district's eligibility within 120 days of receipt of the application.
So, so it sounds like it's an application for eligibility, not necessarily a project funding application. Is that the distinction you're trying to make?
Yeah, and the two government code sections, the Ed code sections referenced there. The first one talks about establishing eligibility. The second one is adjustments to that eligibility.
And how do we establish eligibility now? What's the process for it? There's a board approval, right? But it's separate than the project application?
Yeah, it's two separate applications to establish eligibility, different requirements, different forms. We review them and take them separately to the board, and then there's a separate funding application with different requirements that get submitted. It can be done concurrently, but it's two separate applications, two separate review processes that get submitted to the board. So my reading of the code section requires that eligibility, that a funding application be submitted, and that the board make a determination on the eligibility part, not necessarily the funding.
Okay, further comments down? Yes.
Bill, actually, I guess I would read it differently because it does say new construction funding. In both parts of those sections, it does not say simply eligibility. So I think it might be a little mixed up in the language, but it clearly states for new construction funding in that section, which is not just eligibility, district-wide.
It is definitely directed to new construction funding. So it's eligibility for new construction, not for modernization. Because level 2 and level 3 fees are linked to new construction funding. They're not linked to modernization.
Right. We're just trying to make a distinction between eligibility and funding.
Well, no, she's trying to make another distinction between what kind of eligibility.
I see, okay.
Of modernization versus new construction, Bill.
I'm not saying that at all. She's saying there's eligibility approval, and then there's funding application approvals that are pulling from that pool of eligibility. They're two very different actions.
Right.
So, Juan, you ended one of the sentences here that Kathy has in her letter. It says, for which it is eligible and to be determined by the board to meet the eligibility requirements for new construction funding, and then it was pursuant to, and you read a number of different things.
Right.
You know what those things are? Because I
Yep.
don't sitting here.
The two Ed. Okay, let me read it again just to make sure. Make a timely application to the State Allocation Board for new construction funding for which it is eligible and be determined by the board to meet the eligibility requirements for new construction funding set forth in Article 2, commencing with Section 17071.10. That section talks specifically about establishing new construction eligibility. And then it goes on further to say, and Article 3, commencing with Section 17071.75, which specifically talks about making adjustments to the new construction eligibility. That's why I'm saying that
Don't those adjustments include project approvals pulling from your baseline eligibility?
It's how to adjust the new construction eligibility. It doesn't talk about funding applications. There's a different section that talks about funding. This is just new construction eligibility. How do you establish it? And then once you've established it, how do you make adjustments to the eligibility? So,
Bill, I would just want to see that. I mean, for us to be making decisions right now on a number of, it's a very legal question, and the last thing I want to do is be part of a recommendation only to find out next year I can't even level a level 2 funding because one of my developers disagrees with Gary.
No, I can totally appreciate that, Rob, and I think that probably the broader point of the letter that we received and the information about this is that board approval is a critical element in this process that we're thinking about projects, and that it does allow for districts to proceed with whatever the board approval is related to. It certainly is related to the ability of districts to levy level 2 developer fees, to fully participate with developer fees in funding new construction projects, and so we just need to figure out a way that we can get there. Yes, Eric?
Can I just add another wrinkle since we'd like to talk about, code sections? I just want to add one more code section for this conversation. It's 17072.20. It talks about a lot of what we've just discussed. It says an applicant school district that has been determined by the board to meet the eligibility requirements for new construction funding set forth in Article 2, 17071.10, and Article 3. Goes on to say it goes down further and says at C, it says the board shall verify and adjust as necessary and approve the district's application. And so it seems to me that the SAB has to approve the application. I don't think it's a matter of just submitting an eligibility or submitting just a project to the workload list. The board has to approve it, and I think that would provide the certainty that I think the school districts are looking for.
Paul?
Yeah, the facilities subcommittee of the county schools met yesterday, and we prepared this statement together. And SAB approved unfunded list for school facilities projects is allowed by regulations and, as he mentioned, required by regulations, has been past practice, and is important to school districts and county offices because, A, it lets school districts and county offices know that we have met state requirements for funding. It lets school districts and county offices know that we will be funded should funds become available. C, it establishes a priority list for funding when funds become available, which is very important to us in keeping calm through this transition. And D, also very important, it allows for potential reimbursement should alternate local funding be used to cover the gap in state funding. And I appreciate Gary's comment. There will still be applications and funds that will need to be processed. Along with that, there will be administrative costs that still will need to be dealt with. So the fact that a portion of the money will need to be reserved for administrative costs would not be unusual.
Mr. Gonzalez, did you have a clarification? All right, so I guess we'll go. Are we okay to? Go ahead.
I'm struggling here a little bit because I find us kind of working towards the direction of not continuing to just process unfunded approvals. So I guess my quick kind of backwards mapping question is what would be the rationale for not continuing to approve applications?
I think Juan just said, what? No. Anyway.
I didn't hear anybody saying we shouldn't.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
But, however, I will speak for Juan. No, I won't. But, Rob, I think we're, well, let me put it, take yourself back to the State Allocation Board meeting in February. I saw and heard great unease on the part of at least 4 members that they had major concerns with an unfunded list. So I work for the board, and I'm trying to find a way to explore all the options that we have. I don't think the board is there yet. I guess I'm just trying to be honest with you guys. So part of this discussion is for us to flesh out what the issues are. I don't think, I'm going to go out on a limb, I don't think the board is very aware of the history of the program and some of the things that Brian presented and that we talked about, the transitions and the way it's been done before. So I think we have some work to do. So part of the reason you're hearing or feeling what you were feeling is that I think you're correct. The board is not there. And I think actually there's members of the legislature even also that are not there, that are reflecting the pressures that they are going through related to the state budget and the debt that we have as a state. And so we have, you're hearing it because I think it reflects where the board is. The board is clearly not ready to go based on what I heard in February, unless somebody else has a different perspective.
I can add to that. It was partly driven by the governor, because in the governor's budget, he said he was an advocate, and his group is an advocate of metering, and that's where that all evolved from, which basically is an advocate of not having an unfunded list. And so there was a lot of political pressure to go to the metering, and there was not the mindset to create up an unfunded list. And so I think that's now changing as well.
You think that? Okay.
Yeah, but I think we do have to address it politically. I agree with you.
Yes.
It seems to me that everybody up here is on the same page of the need for some sort of unfunded list, some sort of list. I don't think I'm incorrect, but so if that is the case, why doesn't that go back to the board? Because it seems like they're the ones that need to be educated on the issue and the downside of not doing it versus this committee right here. Because I don't think anybody agrees that they should stop.
And I think that's part of
Is that too simple?
No, it's partly political too. But yeah, I think part of what we're trying to do today is make sure we all understand what the stakeholder groups, what the position is. I think that's clear. Okay. But we also then we have some educational work that we have to do and creating a better background for the board. I guess I think we may also want to consider, and probably this is for next time, this is more of an input and us coming back with some stuff next time, but we may want to consider, are there ways that we could structure an unfunded list that would make it more palatable, more reflective of where we are, cover us in terms of expectations or changes in program in a better way, remembering always to keep it simple, but are there things that we could do to set up a structure in the period that we're in transition that still involves board approval of some kind? Because board approval is the key element that we have to face here.
And Bill, I wasn't, I totally understand and I get where the board members were from. I understand, and I concur with what you were saying. My question was more towards, I'm hearing a suggestion that just a simple workload list would suffice for all the things that we as districts have to live with. And we could sit here and I think before the end of the day, we need to give you a list of why that isn't the case.
Okay.
And I think we can still end up with an unfunded list that has all those caveats that would put the governor at ease, hopefully those members of the state allocation board and the legislature, where it's not a guarantee of funding, the rules can change, and the funding could either be decreased. We could put all those caveats to it. But I think before we leave, we as districts and practitioners can give you a sound list why not processing applications would hurt and why a simple workload list could.
Well, why can't you make it what's called a SAB approved workload list, which basically is the same thing as an unfunded list in the sense they've approved everything, and they can they'll get the funding once the funding becomes available. But the difference is once it's approved, then once cash comes in, whether it's $1 million or $2 million, it's automatically shifted into your unfunded list. So you call it a SAB approved workload list that automatically moves to an unfunded list when cash becomes available.
I hope we're saying the right thing.
Yeah.
The same thing, Gary, but to me an unfunded list is something very different than somehow validating that application as a viable project under the current rules.
Well, I'm saying it's validating it.
So we're saying
I'm saying it's validating it, and we'll go to the unfunded list immediately without any further action once cash becomes available.
In my opinion, is the only way it gets validated is that application for funding would have some level of board approval rather than just hitting a list upon submission.
And I think that, yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Well, if the trouble is approving an unfunded list, what are the chances of approving an approved workload list? I don't see that they're going to approve that any more than they would a unfunded list. As a matter of fact, the unfunded list makes it absolutely clear that there's no guarantee of funding. So I think they would. I should think that they would be more comfortable with that terminology, and I think what they don't realize is that we all understand that an unfunded list means there's no guarantee of funding.
Bill?
Well, but you have an unfunded list.
Hold on, Gary.
Guarantees.
So Dennis and then Kathy, sorry.
Yeah, I have a question for Juan, and that is, when a project comes in and goes on the workload list, at what point is the eligibility verified for the project, and at what point is it locked in? It's my understanding that it's really not locked in. The eligibility is not locked in until it is approved by the SAB for funding and put on an unfunded list. Is that correct?
The eligibility and the funding application can be submitted at the same time. For new construction, a school district has to update their eligibility if they submit a funding application, if they haven't done so. So you can submit at the same time. You can submit the eligibility adjustments for new enrollment during the enrollment year, anytime during that enrollment year. And if you submit a funding application within that enrollment year, then you don't have to update again.
Correct. So if the projects came in and they were put on whatever you want to call it, an unfunded list or a workload list, whether it's approved by the SAB or not, and they're not put on an unfunded list, then and it goes through a seabed cycle past October, then the district would have to update that eligibility.
No, not currently. Right now, if you submit an application for funding, then we also require that you submit an eligibility adjustment. If it's not done prior to the funding application during that enrollment year, then you submit it concurrently.
So if it sat on the workload list for 2 years, say, then you would not go through and it went through 1 or 2 cycles of new seabeds, you would not update the eligibility before it went to the board for funding?
That's correct. Under the current rules, we would not.
Is that regulation or policy or law that speaks to that?
I'm not sure if it's in regulation, to be honest, that we have to have eligibility, the enrollment adjusted for funding.
Yeah, I know there was some of the discussion on the hardship districts as to, a second look at that and some other things. So that may be something, if there's a change to say clearly that this is locked in at what point. Right. So
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the hardship part, Fred.
That there was this discussion a year or so ago about a second look at hardship. So it's been out there in another discussion, but it may be, if it's not in regulation now, it may be worthwhile to
The financial hardship review is in regulation.
Right, that part. But in this case, because some people might be lingering on that list 2, 3, 4 years, who knows?
And their eligibility might change.
And I can imagine if it's not in regulation, there will be concern that a district that has significant demographic changes continues to be eligible when some may think that, they shouldn't be. But
this is something that was discussed on one of the other subcommittees about the current lack of cash unfunded list. We have projects in there that were approved back in 2009. They submitted eligibility numbers back then. They've been on the unfunded list for quite some time. Right now, again, under the current regulations and policies, there is no requirement to reevaluate their eligibility once cash becomes available for an apportionment.
Right.
Under this new lack of authority potential list, unless the rules change, I think it's the same process.
Yeah, I think that may have been some of the discussion on the COLA as to how long can you live on the list and what COLA do you get, light or
Do you guys know if, sorry, I'm calling on my staff here. Do you know if we have this in regulation or if it's policy?
Bud Light.
The eligibility adjustment? Okay, well, we'll check.
Kathy Allen?
Well, just, I mean, two things, and we've heard him before, but I want to say the workload list is such a fluid list that I know when I'm looking at it, I'm not looking at it in terms of where I'm placed in light of hoping to get funding. So I don't think the workload list is going to be sufficient at all. So I echo Rob's comment on that. And the unfunded list, even if this governor doesn't want to acknowledge it, it does establish a need, the state need for school facility construction. So, you know, he's going to be around for, you know, however long, but not here forever. And I think it's important that we continue to demonstrate the need as we go through this uncertain time. We can't shelve something and pretend there's not a need. So no on the workload list as an unfunded thing, and continue to demonstrate the need for a bond.
I think part of the challenge is, I know it's unfunded liabilities that are concerning everybody at the legislative level and above. So whatever we can do as a committee to get some sort of approval without it generating what people perceive to be an unfunded liability is going to be the important piece today.
No, I appreciate that, Rob. Thank you.
And again, I just want to offer my original, back at the beginning of all this, was SAB approved project list. Gets away from talking about a workload list that has a connotation of, you know, not being approved. It gets away from unfunded list, which gets away from a connotation of actually being funded. It's a very simple list, and it doesn't confuse terms.
Bill?
Who said that? Okay.
I'm very concerned. I think we all are really concerned about the concerns of the board. You were talking about at least 4 members, and I think that's where this program is very complicated, and here we are. I'd rather have this program, though, than nothing. And I think that it's working for many, many people, like Gary said, and it's got issues, but we'll live with it. I think if the concern is that the unfunded liability, which I appreciate that phrase, can we, and I think in the letters right now, doesn't the OPSC say that there is no guarantee of what? Funding? Or, okay, but there is a guarantee if bond authority becomes available, right? So would they be comfortable with adding a statement and just saying, and just being very clear with districts to say, also, there's no guarantee that there ever will be additional bonding authority? And just add that to the statement, clearly telling districts, okay, you might not get funding because we might not have this bonding, we don't have it now, but also be quite aware that there may never be funding. I don't know whether something like that, if that's the concern. I do believe that we still need to create the list because we need to be sure to tell our communities that it's important to, in the future, have state bonds.
One, real quick. When we were in unfunded territory years ago, what would the funding shell say that was approved by the State Allocation Board when they were doing unfunded approvals? The original unfunded approval? What?
I would just like to.
No guarantee.
Don't have it memorized.
Okay.
We can find out the exact languages.
I would like to second what Eric's saying in the sense that I think the approved list is probably the way to go because I just think you're going to have too much political pushback with unfunded liability. And so I think this committee needs to really start looking at the politics of it as well and come to something cohesive that makes sense in the realm of the political world. So I'm with Eric. I just don't think we're going to win the unfunded liability scenario.
Okay. I'm going to throw it open to public comment now. Mr. Gonzalez, you've waited patiently since the last program. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you. I have about 5 points I'd like to make mention of. The name of the true unfunded list versus the current unfunded list was a discussion we had when we made this current unfunded list named the unfunded list. Names like unapportioned list, all those things came up, and it just seems like we're going through the same story again. Adjustments for new construction. The adjustments for a new construction project is very significant with regards to applications submitted to OPSC. You may turn in an application that says you want to use a certain number of grants, but until OPSC and the State Allocation Board agree to the number of grants assigned to the project, you can't be sure of what the number of grants are going to be used on this project. I've had an occasion where someone made mention of allowing me to add a couple of grants to a project. That's not happening anymore, but they have significantly at times removed the number of grants because of the commensurate test. This is, you can't have that many grants because you can't meet the commensurate test. So the adjustment's important. As we start talking about this, we need to remember that whatever decisions we recommend to the board will impact modernization projects, because they're going to do the same, you're going to apply the same set of rules to our mod projects, and every one of them is important. I would like to parrot a little bit of what Paul Hansen said. We have a lot of financial hardship districts out there, and they are looking for some way to try and move their projects ahead, be it bridge financing, COPs, other approvable forms of funding that won't be captured as part of their financial hardship. Unless they know what that amount is, as approved by the board, they really don't know what their total project budget is. If they've underestimated it, they may have a savings. If they overestimated it, all of a sudden that expenditure, that added expenditure, becomes a liability to the next project in line. So it's really important that they know how much the board is going to be allowing, and that only happens in the board action item. The last thing I'd like to make mention is that that the whole, as long as I have been with this program, the eligibilities that I have turned into the OPSC folks have been going separately to the State Allocation Board for approval without having an application in the office. There have been occasions where I've turned one in and it sits there, and we've been told, well, until you turn in a new construction application, we're not going to submit it. People live and die by what's on that website with regards to the remaining available eligibility, so they know how many grants they can assign to those projects. And I think you still need to continue to process those eligibility documents. If you don't, then you could end up with a project 2 or 3 years down the road. When you finally get to look at it, you're using that eligibility, and the eligibility they had 2 years ago has disappeared.
I'm sorry, we should not be holding on to any eligibility application. So if that's the case,
I have one
please.
now that is being held.
Okay, then that's not the direction that we have to staff. So we have to take a look at this one.
Okay. So those are the 5 points I have. Thank you.
Another quick comment. I know that it's preliminary, but we do have, when a district submits an application, again, we have the preliminary amounts on the workload list. We also have a grant calculator that districts can use to estimate how much money the project is eligible for from the state grants. So there are mechanisms out there to get an idea. I realize that it's not final until it goes through the analysis, but at least there is some indication of what to expect from the state grants in the program. One is through our grant calculator that's online, and then 2, after you submit the application, we will calculate, based on what the district's requesting, the amounts and put them up on our workload list. So there's some information out there. Preliminary, I realize that.
I agree with that, and I've used the grant calculator and have decided that my own calculation is more accurate. Because your grant calculator online does not take into account a number of aspects. It's just a very global, how many grants are you using, what is the site development, some very basic information, and it spits out a number. I realize in almost all the cases it undershoots what the State Allocation Board apportionment would be, and so it is helpful. But it does not cover all the potential allowances you have in there, and really the districts really want to know what that is. And so the apportionment, the approval of the budget by the board is important to especially financial hardship districts.
I would want to get together with you, Richard, to find out how we can improve it to make it more accurate. So you can tell us.
I had a question of Richard. Oh, so you're saying a financial hardship district who had an unfunded approval where there was no bonding authority available to that project would potentially go ahead with that project? Is that what I heard you say?
It's exactly
because that's creating huge liability to. What happens if there's never bonding authority?
This happened.
How are they going to fund it?
Gary, this happened not only in '98, but every time we've had a bonding shortfall. Financial hardship school districts have to make some very strong decisions about whether or not they have the financial ability to go out and seek financial assistance. Yes, we have had comments from CDE and from counties concerned about whether or not they're over-indebting themselves, but that's something that they have to look into. And yes, they can go after, even without the bonding authority being there, get bridge financing, and then be reimbursed afterwards with that liability.
What happens if, but they might never be reimbursed?
That's why they also have to go through a
huge
financial analysis through the County Office of Education and the CDE to determine whether they have the financial ability to pay it back if that should happen.
I think.
Could they legally challenge the state under that they failed to perform? I mean, you're setting up a potential liability with the state, which goes back to the argument of the liability of the unfunded list. I mean, what you're saying is a dangerous
regulations permit it. Whether that would mean that I would assume that the district, the OPSC staff's legal counsel has already determined whether or not there's a legal liability.
So I think we could frame this discussion in a different way, and a different way to frame the discussion is that a board-approved list of projects creates the ability for local districts, hardship districts, to continue building schools and continue modernizing schools because it does provide a level of anticipated state funding, and then they can go, if they get bridge financing, or many of them use their own local bond funds. If it's a district with bond funds, and they work with a developer, they put together a package of the funds they have available to package the project, do that, and then when the funds come in from the state later, they use those funds to pay for the next project. So this is a way to continue to have schools built to create jobs for the state of California, and I can certainly appreciate the unfunded list issues here, but it is a way that you keep economic activity going, and the critical element is that the state allocation board has approved a project in some way. And I understand the liability issues because I was arguing those a few minutes ago, but I think there's two sides to this coin, and one of the positive sides to the coin and the board's approval that you bring up and that other people have brought up too is that it does, the state may be out of money, but local districts still have bonds. Local districts are still working with developers, and if the state pulls back and says, well, we're not going to have the board approve these projects, then there's no standing. It creates more uncertainty at the local level and reduces economic activity, which is not where we want to be as a state, I don't think.
I mean, I think it's good, Bill. But I think there's a political side to what Richard just said, which is going to, I mean, if I was a state allocation board member and I'm hearing a financial hardship district is going to go up and they're potentially going to finance based on the potential that bonds might be sold, I think that's going to resonate very negatively. I don't think that's a constructive political argument. I would be very concerned. I would not want to incur the potential liability of districts, financial hardship districts who never get state funding.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
It's a dangerous road to go down. That's all I'm saying. And be careful with that argument.
Okay. Kathy?
And yet the kids keep coming. So, having worked for a financial hardship district or county for 8 years, you can't just shut down. So those tough decisions have to be made, which is, again, another reason why we need a bond.
Okay, Mr. Dixon, did you have a comment, Rob? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was Joe, you can, as you walk, this will be quick. And I appreciate, and I actually agree with what Gary's saying, but there's actually two political environments happening right now. So it's not just the state, but it's happening every other Tuesday for me locally with my political environment. So it's a crescendo of two different sets of politics. So
yeah, but we're selling to the state, so we got to understand the state perspective.
And at the same time, sticking up for our local politics that
I agree.
Expect certain things of us as well.
It's why this is such a tough issue in some ways for where we are right now. So go ahead.
Thanks, Bill. Joe Dixon, Assistant Superintendent of Facilities, Santa Ana Unified School District. Tova, who's sitting out here from Santa Ana Unified, just turned in 235005s from the apportionment in December. Hand delivered. Can't trust overnight shipping or anything like that. Plus, she wanted to see me come up here and talk to you. So, but you know, they said on the unfunded list for a couple of years. The unfunded list to us and to our school board and to our community meant that we've met all the requirements for funding, and that's important. That's huge. The uncertainty is killing us. It's killing school districts, both general fund and on the facility side. Moving ORG to new construction, where we've just spent $1.6 million because the state allocation board approves 2 new funding cycles, and now it's going to get moved. You know, that kind of stuff is just killing us. So I think Gary mentioned keep it simple. We'll keep it simple. I think Santa Ana and most school districts would say, don't change the terms. We know what unfunded approvals mean. We know what to expect. And when this bond passes in November, then we'll all be in line and ready to get our funding. So that's all. Just keep it simple. Keep the unfunded list language going. Let us have some comfort that we've met all the requirements and we know what that means. Thank you.
Cheryl Gaston. Is it on? Cheryl Gaston, Oceanside Unified. Just wanted to make a couple of points. For me, there's 2 different issues here. We're talking about running out of bonding authority, but we're talking about the new construction program. We all have hope that at some point, some funds from some program will get transferred into that program so that those that are on, hopefully, an unfunded list will be able to get funded for those. I know we do expect to run out of, 1 point something billion that's still left of bonding authority in the next few months. And I think it was pretty clear at cash that we're not going to have a 2012 bond, and the earliest would be 2014. One of the frightening things for me at the SAB meeting was the talk about slowing down unfunded apportionments to make that funding authority last until 2014. And the other point that I wanted to make was, while we have $730 some odd million on the priority list right now, those will be matched with local funds, and that'll be about $1.4 billion worth of work that could be going within the next 90 days. Thank you.
Are there other public comments? Yes, Mr. Smoot.
Thank you. Since I've kind of taken on the role of historian here, there are some other historical facts that I think are relevant to this conversation. Number one is the obvious one. There has been the use of an unfunded list for a lot of years, and it has worked well. It has not created unreasonable anticipations of funding. During the conversations that were going on in 1998, by the way, there was an unfunded list. It was a substantial list, but everyone understood very clearly that if the legislature had not addressed the transition issue in the bill, in SB 50, that all of those applications had the potential to disappear. And everybody understood it. There was never a question about it. So in a transition, assuming that there is a major change to the program, the funding levels, percentages get changed, whatever, those are issues that can be easily addressed, as far as I'm concerned, through legislation. And if there is a bond measure in 2014 and there is a change to the program, address those issues through legislation. And without a list, you've lost a lot of information that's relevant. A couple other issues that come to my mind: if the applications are not processed through the board and sitting there ready, this whole conversation about shovel readiness, when you get a new bond measure, kind of goes up in smoke, because it's going to take time. Not the least of which is I'm thinking about staff. If staff's sitting there with, let's say, 400 whatever, and I'm using the term, the number 400 because there's another historical fact I'll give you in a second. But if there were 400 applications sitting there on a list that hadn't been processed to the board, just the staffing time necessary to get those through the process and get them ready to be funded, et cetera, would be staggering and would probably take substantial amounts of time. So you'd slow down the whole process whenever you got additional funding. And that's really relevant because back in, I'll give you another little history lesson here, back in 1980, I was actually hired in 1979 to shut down the program. I was told when I was hired, it's 5 years, we're shutting down, there's not going to be any more money, this program's going away, blah, 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 blah. Okay? In 1980, and this all happened because of Prop 13 in 1978. In 1980, the legislature was receiving such tremendous pressure to address the issue of school facilities that they actually made a general fund appropriation of $447 million. Okay, and said here, OLA at the time, but OPSC, go forth and get this money on the street. 2 years later, the legislature took back almost $400 million of that money because the application process, getting the whole thing going again, getting on your horse and starting to ride again, took so much time that the money was just sitting there doing nothing. The legislature had a minor budget problem in 1980, so they took $400 million back. And by the way, in 81, that is exactly why we got a bond measure in 82, is because everybody understood that there was a backlog, a big pressure, a big problem that was going on, and that had to be addressed, and it had to be addressed relatively quickly. And so I think that all of these things, these history lessons, should be taken into account when you're talking about this, and you should make sure that there is call it what you will, but a list of projects that have gone through the entire process and they're ready for funding whenever it comes in, and address the transition through legislation. Thank you.
I've got a question for you. There's one big distinction between your history lesson, which is good, and today, and that is we have an unfunded list that has bond authority backing it. So it's not it's a distinctive list. How do you differentiate the two unfunded lists you're talking about? Because right now we're putting on an unfunded list, but there's bonding authority, and when the treasurer sells bonds, those projects will be sold. That's never happened before. And so how do we deal with this today?
Excuse me, Gary, it has happened before. The AB 55 process was a process that came in someplace, and I don't remember exactly when, but sometime in the past, during the lease purchase program timeline, it used to be you had to sell bonds before you could make apportionments. So that whole process really has historically been there before. But the whole issue right now, Gary, we're talking about what do we do when we run out of money, when there is no more bonding authority.
Right, that's what I'm talking about, no more bonding authority. Right. But you're saying putting on an unfunded list.
Pardon?
You're recommending to process it and put them on an unfunded list. That's what I heard you just say.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I said.
Are you with kind of where Eric is?
I'm saying exactly what Eric is saying.
Okay. Well, I'm behind that.
The whole concept of an unfunded list has worked well, and I don't personally see a need to change it because I don't think there has been an unreasonable anticipation of funding created by having an unfunded list. But I'm with Bill. I understand that when you listen to the conversations at the board level, there are some board members that have a concern about an unfunded list. And I think those can be addressed to some extent by using Eric's language.
I agree with you 100%.
So
call it an approved list.
Approved list. Okay. So, Lyle, we'll have staff work on creating a historian's position in relation to the IMP committee. But thank you very much for your perspective. And I'm calling 10-minute break, so we'll come back in a few minutes. Can we take our seats and get going again? Yeah, we're going to wrap up, but I want to go over a couple of things first. Yes.
Follow up with the IMP and then.
Take it to the board. That's my concept, anyway. Can we take our seats, please, Mr. Dixon? He's not listening.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, everyone. I wanted to just go over a couple of other things that are issues that we need to just deal with in a couple of ways. I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure the committee is there or has a chance to weigh in on it. Do we accept, process, and potentially approve projects under all of the programs in the SFP? Or are we just talking about today new construction and modernization? So that's a question I want to toss out there. I think the anticipation, I think, from the staff's presentation is that we're really just focusing on new construction and modernization. But how do we deal with the other programs? Do we just let them go when we've exhausted bond authority? Or how do we handle them currently, Juan? Maybe you could just explain how we've got some programs that have exhausted. So I just want to raise that issue about how we're going to deal with other programs other than modernization, new construction.
All of the discussions that we had at the new construction subcommittee, we were focusing on the modernization, new construction. We didn't really clarify whether we're talking beyond those programs. I did mention earlier today that we are out of new construction bond authority, meaning that we have more apps in, that we have remaining authority. But I don't think that we clarified whether it would extend to the other programs. Again, the discussion is focused on projected depletion dates for new construction and modernization, but we didn't also do that for the other programs.
And just as a follow-up to what you said there, and before I toss it out to everybody else, so one subset of this issue, it seems to me, is that if we're in a period of exhausted bond authority in the major categories and all the subcategories too, potentially, we are still going to have unconverted projects and money coming back. So do we take money that comes back from what happens to money that comes back under this charter school program, for example? Would that go into charters, and would there be another round? Would we fund additional projects? I just want to raise that issue about how we handle that kind of stuff in this context.
It's more of a gut reaction. I don't particularly care. I just think I would recommend keep this really simple and focus on new construction now, because what's driving this is the level 2 and level 3 issues and suspension of level 3. And then come back at a later date and address the other nuances and complexity. Just try to keep this one as simple as possible. And then just to maybe confuse people a little bit, in my previous conversation, I am clearly for where Eric was going in terms of continuing processing and have an what I call SAB approved workload list or something like that. I have big concerns in terms of calling it an unfunded list. I think there will be substantial political backlash because it will create a perception of a liability. And so it's obviously semantics more than anything else, but I think we're on the same page in the sense keep processing things because cash is going to continually coming in. And so you need to keep those projects active and ready to be funded and put on an unfunded approval list once cash comes in. So,
anybody else have comments on the other programs issue?
Just to follow up real quick on your question, Bill, charter, you mentioned the charter program. If we do have money coming back into the program, the charter program, then that money is earmarked for the charter schools. So there could potentially be another round of funding that may be opened up by the board, but those monies, if it does come back, it is earmarked for that program.
But we don't. Do we have any active charter applications? Would we have to open up another round?
It would have to open up another round.
Okay. So what happens to other program funds when they come back? CTE, if those are rescinded.
CTE, we have a round open right now that the board decided to not open up additional round. Instead, let's fund the projects that didn't get funding in the last round. We have about $100 million in projects that are awaiting authority to become available. So it depends on the program.
Well, let me ask the question another way. Do we accept an application for a charter school project?
No, not right now.
Do we accept an application for a CTE project?
No, unless the board opens up another rounds, we don't have the rounds open.
So the other programs in the SFP are fundamentally different. So we're not going to be dealing with them in any way. I'm ending up where Gary was with keep it simple, but is that right?
We didn't address those. Again, I think at this time we were just focusing on new construction and mod. It's not something that we specifically addressed in the prior discussions.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, regardless of what project it is, if funding is generated at a local level and a liability is generated at a local level, it remains at the local level. It doesn't become a state liability. Just want to clarify that.
Any other comments? Hearing none. Okay. So do we want to do a wrap-up of what we have heard today so that we can confirm what we'd like to have staff give us in terms of options for next time? The concept that I'm working with is that we would finish today in terms of the input and direction of the committee, and that staff would come back with some options next time to take to the board, and we'd take we'd take a recommendation of some kind to the board at the April meeting of the State Allocation Board.
Bill,
yes.
I think Gary hit the nail on the head. Let the SAB call it what they like to make it politically savvy or appropriate, but keep the process going for sure. It's going to be a big problem for everybody if we don't keep the process going. It'll create a lot of tension where we don't need it.
Kathy?
So can I assume, I hate to use that word, but can I assume based on all the comments that we've all shared here today that it really does look like the direction everybody kind of wants to go is to keep the unfunded approval list active, slightly tweaking the name maybe? Okay, well, and maybe we can sort of see what the consensus is here, but I agree. I think we need to make sure that the State Allocation Board members are comfortable with what we're proposing and what you're proposing as staff. But at the same time, I think somebody mentioned earlier, and Bill, it might have been you, about the lack of historical knowledge on behalf of some of the members that might make them feel a little bit more comfortable with whatever recommendation that we end up taking forth. So I heard a kind of a no.
I just want to say, no, there's not consensus on that. So to put an unfunded list. But I think maybe one of the solutions would be to talk, to do some due diligence with SAB members and what they would be comfortable defining this list. I think there's general consensus of continually processing everything and having SAB take action on those. But what you define,
what you call it, is still up for grabs.
So so I think maybe we test it with the State Allocation Board members.
Can we hear from the other end of the table? Or comments down there?
Bill, did you want us to just right now compile kind of a list of the issues, or I think we're getting stuck on what it's going to be called.
I don't think we need to be worried about what it's going to be called.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Well, why don't you just do a wrap up of where you think we want to head in terms of direction to staff, so that they hear clearly what the committee's consensus is.
Was that
to you?
To me. Wow. Okay.
Put you on the spot.
So I don't want to speak for everyone by any stretch, but I think what I've heard is consensus that, and this is just kind of for the board's consideration, we don't want it to be considered an unfunded liability. We understand that point, that it needs to have appropriate language that makes the district aware that it's not a guarantee of funding and the rules could change between now and whenever funds get refreshed. If that includes a district certification of acknowledging that or understanding that, I'm also fine with that. But again, the process should continue in order to validate the project under the current rules and structure of the program. So I mean, I could sit here and list the 15 reasons why I think that should be, but I don't.
No, that's not the point. But and I assume that you would then, you're saying your position would be, as you see the consensus, is including board action of some kind.
Yes.
Validation.
Validation of the project.
Yeah. Okay.
Bill?
Yes.
I think one of the problems here for me, I think it's for everybody, is that the SAB members saw something that they didn't like about this, but we don't know specifically what it was that they don't like. Correct? I mean, are we concerned?
No.
Are they concerned? Well, have they said given any specifics on what they don't like about this?
Yes, they did. And what the discussion at the board revolved around the issues that have already been identified, frankly, up here. First of all, that there was concern that the program could change and that districts could have an expectation of receiving funds, and that the program changes then would make it so they wouldn't get the funds that they thought they were going to get in some way. That was the one. And the other concern was creating an unfunded liability for the state, or creating some kind of guarantee of future funding which may not be able to be met. Those were the two fundamental concerns I heard. Anybody else hear?
In addition, which is the metering. They didn't want a list at all. They wanted to meter the money 2014. And that was coming from the governor's recommendation in his budget.
I don't understand that.
So.
The rationing.
They don't want to run out of
That means, they wanted to ration the money, so there would never be, whatever new construction money was in the account would be appropriated over the two years. So if there's $200 million left, then you allocate and meter out, what is that, $10 million a month. So they did not want to list at all. That was Joan Buchanan's position.
Right. Yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are we being asked to address the rationing of funds? No.
No.
So it's two totally separate things.
It's a separate discussion.
No, but there's a huge, no, it's not. It's not separate at all, because there's a huge political group out there that does not want an unfunded list.
And we're suggesting it won't be an unfunded.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. You've got to just be sensitive to that. So because they want metering, so that still exists. And so if we push too much in one direction, I can tell you what's going to happen. The metering still exists. There's a lot of people that want metering. So we could find the worst case scenario.
Okay. Continuing on. Any comments down there further? So we're clear? All right. So the final issue that I'd like to take up was the last thing that Mr. Odell just reviewed very briefly in the staff's report. And I just want to have a short discussion of, not to open a can of you-know-what, but administrative costs and administrative funds for the program in a period of diminishing bond authority. And so maybe, Juan, could you just kind of give a brief summary of what you see the different work areas? So let's imagine that we enter a situation where we have exhausted bond authority and new construction and modernization, say, in November of 2012, whatever it is. Would you describe the different types of activities that OPSC might undertake in broad areas?
Well, I think it was mentioned earlier, we have about $1.2 billion on the lack of cash unfunded list currently. So if and when bonds are sold, there's quite a bit of work that we have to do to get those projects ready to get an apportionment and then get those projects ready to release the funds. So there's a lot of workload that we have there, again, if and when bonds are sold. And then not to mention all the other, there's quite a bit of workload in the office in terms of on the other side of the shop, in the back end in terms of closeouts. It's not just, and then we have some money in other programs as well. So we're focusing on new construction because we're out of authority there, but there's other programs that still have authority. We have over $1 billion worth of remaining bond authority, not to mention the ones that are on the lack of cash unfunded list that need to get processed as soon as a bond is sold. And there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to make those projects, to get them ready to get an apportionment. There's a bunch of different areas. I'm not going to get into details, but there's work in other programs in the shop.
There's still intake of projects that would go on and the internal processing that would happen for intake and review?
Yeah, right now, and that's what we're doing, even on new construction. I mentioned that earlier today, and I think we have about $50 million worth of projects that have been submitted that are on the other list that have been received beyond bond authority. So there's an intake process for those projects as well, and along with all the other programs. When they come in, there's an intake review process to make sure that the major components are there before they get into the full-blown analysis.
And I'm only bringing this up, and we included the item at the end of this discussion, partly because if you recall the discussion of the State Allocation Board meeting in February, the issue of administrative costs was raised by a couple of the members, actually partly in the context of Mr. Gibbs' discussion related to rationing, but also it was specifically linked to this question of how we would treat applications or process applications in the future. I think there's a concern that we don't want to be seen as giving money for administrative expense. We want it to go to construction, and yet, so when you're in a period of declining authority, you have issues about that perception. But then I think that we need to be clear that we're going to have to look at taking administrative expenses, potentially identifying them for a couple of years up ahead, and then that would impact the remaining bond authority in all the programs. So it's just a discussion we want to have, and I hope that we can have OPSC give us, as part of the package that we go forward with. I think it'll be helpful for the board to understand what happens internally, and it's not just the Office of Public School Construction, it's also Mr. Yeager's shop, California Department of Ed, so the processing of applications and making sure that we identify the types of work and the administrative costs that we will have in a program, even with diminished authority and during a transition period to a new bond. So that's the main reason I want to bring it up at this time.
Just to add on, this is also being discussed as we go through the budgetary process in various committees in terms of the administrative cost, not just OPSC, like you mentioned, California Department of Education, but also the California School Finance Authority within the Treasurer's Office and the State Controller's Office. There's administrative costs for all of those programs that are paid out of the bond funds.
Yes.
I would just simply add, I think you heard loud and clear that school districts want to see this list, whatever it is called. I have a preference, but I think the only way you have that list created is by the fact that administrative costs are set aside out of the bond funds. I don't see how we accomplish one without the other. So I think it's prudent that we actually set aside some level. How we go about determining that, I think we just look at past history and kind of average or estimate what we anticipate for a future. I'm sure we can have a conversation about what the best approach would be. But I think the most important factor, I think, for all school districts is that list is created.
And so I heard you, I think, say that you do see a linkage there in terms of us going forward with a package of recommendations that include
Absolutely.
that. Okay, good.
Yeah, I love OPSC, so we want to keep them viable, healthy, and going. So we support some kind of allocation in the next few years. But secondly, I would like to also have this committee discuss some of their scope. And one area I'd like them to maybe put more effort in is to this whole process of closeouts and expediting that, because that's an area where we maybe could be bringing money back into the system sooner. I don't know if it's there, but if it is there and there's a chance to bring money back sooner and we're going to invest in the OPSC over the next couple of years, let's put a higher priority on closeouts to bring money back in to help keep the program viable. So I don't know if that makes sense or not, but it's something to talk about, I think.
Any other comments from the committee? Yes.
I think I guess I just shared other comments about that we support staff being there and being paid to process our applications. And so because we know that has to happen and they do a good job. So I think for me, the allocation up front, we always understand that. We deal with that in our local districts. Nobody likes to pay for administrative costs, but unfortunately somebody has to run the programs. So, and it's just a thing that you have to deal with. That's fine. I would not want, although I do appreciate Gary's comment about finding the places where we can continue to bring in more revenues like closeouts, I would not want, and I'm concerned about if the focus changes to a punitive thing where we're trying to find ways to find money from districts that penalizes districts or is sort of like the police department having a quota for parking tickets and things, speeding tickets, so they can fund themselves. Those accusations that pop up now and then. And I certainly wouldn't want that to become the focus because people are desperate to keep their jobs. So I have that concern.
Anything else, Cesar?
I'd just like to echo those comments as well and lend our support to having staff fully process the applications. Certainly that would send a signal to other school districts throughout the state that there's a possibility of a new bond coming forward. And for our members, it's very important. We're seeing 30% unemployment. Having that type of certainty in processing will ensure that school districts can move forward, but also put our members back to work. And obviously we need more private sector jobs to create more revenue so that our state can come back to out of the deficit. So we'd support that. Thank you. And I slam it.
All right. So does anyone from the audience have anything in terms of follow-up or final comments that you want to share with us before we complete this item? Okay, hearing none. Well, let's go ahead and break for lunch. We're going to do SB 128 after lunch, and there's a cafeteria here in the ZIG. There is also a cafeteria in the STIRS building next door, and there's also Sal's, but you pretty much have to drive to Sal's, but it is good fun. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Okay, I think our last stragglers are coming in right now, including the historian. And we're going to go on to review the proposed regulation changes for related to SB 128 and to discuss one of the final outstanding issues that we want to review with the board. And I'm going to turn it over to OPSC staff, Jeremy McCarroll.
Thank you, Bill. Like Bill said, we're discussing 128 proposed reg changes. Just a refresher, the section makes Career Tech Education Facilities Program projects eligible for the High Performance Incentive Grant, and it allows that HPI grant to be awarded above the Career Tech per project maximum grants. I know we discussed this in January and February, but maybe just a brief history before we get into the technical aspects of the proposal. The Career Tech program, again, created by Prop 1D in 2006. There is currently $3.3 million left in bond authority. The third funding round is currently open, and the State Allocation Board directed OPSC to present funding applications that have been received by OPSC to the board as authority returns to the program, and that could be via project rescissions or loan repayments. Career Tech program funding is based on project costs up to $3 million for new construction projects and $1.5 million for modernization projects. Eligibility requirements for Career Tech do not revolve around unhoused pupils or the ages of facilities. Career Tech projects may consist solely of equipment, and districts are required to match state funds 50-50 for both new construction and mod. The High Performance Incentive Grant, also created by Prop 1D, and its remaining authority is $60.3 million. HPI funding has been allocated to SFP new construction, modernization, critically overcrowded schools, charter school facilities, and overcrowded relief grant projects. In other words, programs that use the per pupil grant model. Projects receive HPI grants in two ways: a percentage increase to the per pupil grant and a high performance base incentive grant, or called the HP BIG. The BIG for new construction projects on new sites is currently $150,000, and the base incentive grant for new construction projects on existing sites and for modernization projects is $250,000. Now then, in our proposal today, the HPI grant for Career Tech projects would consist of applying the existing HP BIG to Career Tech funding applications. How a project receives HPI points, the minimum number of points necessary to receive the base incentive grant, and the amount of the base incentive grant would remain the same. By applying the base incentive grant to Career Tech projects, we believe districts will be incentivized to include high performance work in their projects and will know exactly how much HPI funding they may receive. Under our proposal, districts would not be required to separate high performance costs, quote unquote, from non-high performance costs. The cost estimate for the purposes of establishing the Career Tech grant would be prepared in the same fashion it is currently. We would simply add the HPI grant to the Career Tech grant, including instances when the Career Tech grant reaches that $3 million or $1.5 million maximum. So for example, a district would submit a Career Tech funding application. We'll say it's a new construction project on an existing site. Cost estimate comes in at $6 million. The project also earns enough high performance points to receive the base incentive grant. Under our proposal, that project will receive $3 million out of the Career Tech fund and $250,000 out of the HPI fund for a total state approval of $3.25 million. Now, there is one other issue Bill alluded to that we wanted to discuss that is not addressed in the proposed regulatory amendments, and that relates to career tech programs' reservation of funds, quote unquote. Simply put, career tech projects may currently receive a reservation of funds, which is considered an apportionment by the State Allocation Board, without plan approval from the Division of the State Architect. However, the State Architect needs plans to verify that the project earns enough high-performance incentive points to qualify for the HPI grant. So again, a district doesn't need plans for career tech apportionment, but it does need plans for the HPI apportionment. So what do? We've detailed in the item two possible options. One option would require DSA approval prior to apportionment. Under this option, career tech projects requesting a reservation of funds that do not have DSA approval would be prevented from receiving the HPI grant. This option would ensure that HPI grants would only ever be allocated to projects proven to have the requisite high performance work, and it would also, we believe, not require any additional changes to SFP regulations. A second option would allow career tech projects to receive the HPI grant at the reservation of funds stage without DSA approval, with the understanding that if at the fund release stage, if the district has not demonstrated that the project has received the required HPI points, then the HPI grant would at that point be rescinded. As this rescission would likely constitute an additional board action, we believe additional reg changes might be necessary for that option. But as always, these options aren't meant to be exhaustive, and we welcome your comments. But before I finish, just maybe a brief walkthrough of the reg amendments that we are presenting. On page 17, section 71.6 deals with the HPI grants for new construction, new site projects. Our proposal, again, adds a paragraph to that section to specifically highlight that qualifying career tech projects will be eligible for $150,000 in HPI funds. On page 17, section C we're adding a paragraph to 77.4, which is for new construction projects on existing sites, and for modernization projects. That new section is to specifically highlight $250,000. And then let's see, on page 19, the point of that new section E is to make it clear that the HPI grant is awarded on top of any career tech grant, even when that maximum is reached. And then finally, dot 194, the point is to illustrate that the matching share is still going to be 50-50, including the HPI portion of the project. I think with that, I welcome your comments.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding so we can frame the discussion. First off, the proposal that we have here is that we would just apply the base incentive grant, whether it's new construction, modernization, or addition, and that districts would, regardless of how many points they score on their HP1 through the DSA process, we would not apply any percentage increase. So that's the proposal, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so can we have some discussion about that and make sure everybody's okay with that, including stakeholders here? So I want to throw it open for discussion about that, and then we can get into the other issue in a second, if that's okay. Okay, hearing none. Sounds good, Jeremy. You did good. Any comments from the audience or concerns? Okay, it's going to be a good Friday afternoon meeting. Fred, do you have a comment, or do you want to go to the next one? Okay, so we'll consider your silence to be a consensus. Well, we'll take this forward as it's written in terms of the option, in terms of that. So let's talk about the issue about reservation of funds. So as I understand it, what percentage of the projects are reservation of funds project versus submitted with full plans for CTE?
Most.
Almost all of them?
I believe almost all, yeah.
Okay. So did you have a question? Okay, come on up, Mavon. We'll recognize Ms. Garrity, who was instrumental in crafting the legislation. Thank you.
I do have a question. It's about the 73 projects that are already in-house, and whether or not those are at this stage in the game, if they're just reservation of funds or if they are completed applications that are ready for apportionments?
They are neither at this point. The board has not taken specific action on those projects.
So I don't understand why they couldn't, since they, I assume, have not yet been through DSA.
Most, correct. Right.
So those that have not been through DSA, and maybe those that have, why wouldn't they be eligible to apply for HPI?
The regs, as we understand it, in terms of what rules apply to which project, our interpretation is that the dividing line is the OPSC receive date for those projects. So since the projects are currently in-house, you're correct, they haven't received DSA approval, but since they are in-house with OPSC, that they would be governed by the regulations at the time that they came into OPSC.
I read in here that you referred to, I think it's Regulation 107, but I don't know if that language is in here. Because it doesn't seem correct to me that if they're just at the reservation of fund stage, that they couldn't also take advantage of this program. And I guess I would just ask that you explore that a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think because the board kept that round open, we have applications that were submitted as part of that round, and I think that the rationale is that because they applied 2010, when they applied, they were governed by the regulations at that time, and the board decided to keep that round open. Now, they could withdraw and resubmit to come under the new rules, but right now the last board action is let's keep that round open, and any additional cash that becomes available, we'll just fund down those projects. But again, those were submitted in 2010, and I think that's the understanding is because they applied back then that the rules, the regulations, the statutes that govern the program at that time apply.
And I understand that, and I think that makes sense, except that this is unusual, and since it is only a reservation of fund stage, it seems to me that the complete application, and I guess I'm also not, I understand it in general, why it's important to lock it into whatever regulations at the time when we receive an application. I don't see a downside to doing it, to allowing them to come in at the same phase that a regular modernization or new construction project would come in, and that's when they've got the full application ready.
I think if I could follow along, it strikes me that what it would involve would be similar to what we may be going to talk about here related to the options of converting future projects, because you could make, in other words, you could take these projects or subsets of these projects that went through and came in with an HP1 and adjust their apportionment at the time of fund release. Is similar to what is being proposed later on here under one of the options, which is to adjust the apportionment later. So I think there is some opportunity for that. So, okay. So why don't we talk about the other options, and you'll see how that fits into that too. So let's talk about the options which are on page 15. Page are they on? Oh, 16 maybe? 15. So want to throw it open for comments or questions from the committee regarding the two ways that we would handle the reservation of funds issue and HPI grant that occurs after the fact and after the apportionment.
Bill?
Yes.
I guess I would just chime in here and just say I like option 2 because it seems like if we made the districts wait till they got the DSA review, then if I'm reading this correctly, it would change the CTE program quite a bit, wouldn't it? Because they would have to get the DSA review before they come in, or DSA approval before they come in? Is that what that's saying?
And that's currently an option. School districts come in and submit a full funding application or the reservation prior to getting DSA plan approval.
Well, that's one of the benefits of the CTE program for districts, because you could earmark the money and then continue on with your planning as you need to do, and it's a good program because of that. And it seems like you'd be taking away a benefit of that program, which is benefiting students, and it's working very well. So I guess I would say option 2 just for that reason.
Other comments? Fred, did you have a comment?
Not on that point.
Okay. Anybody else have do we have any other people who want to chime in on option 2, option 1, either way? I can see people feel strongly about this. Hold on. Is there any comments from the audience or stakeholder comments? So before we wrap it up, I mean, I think I actually agree with Lee's comment. I think that option 2 is more consistent in terms of the CTE program and the spirit of the CTE program and the way the program works now with reservation of funds projects. One, if we were to do this type of an approach, walk me through how it would happen and what would be required to be changed in terms of the regulatory structure.
Right now, the program allows the initial reservation, the apportionment, prior to getting DSA plan approvals. So if we give a project the HP big right now, and then when they submit the plans, we confirm that they don't qualify because they don't generate enough points for the HP big.
They don't come in with an HP 1.
Right. So we would have to amend the regulations to adjust the grant amounts to rescind, if you will, the HPI that was reserved up front. That's the thought process behind option 2. So we'd have to make some regulatory changes to be able to make that adjustment a year later.
And so let's take that in the reverse case. What if a district did a reservation of funds and did not check the box that said that they were going to meet HPI, and then they decided that they turned green and their project went through DSA and came out with an HP1? The converse would be that they would presumably have the option then to revise their apportionment or their reservation and receive the increase with that. I mean, it seems like that's the flip side of the negative case of not getting your approval when you say you are going to. So would that be something that would be a complementary piece that we could do? It sounds like a little bit like what Mayvon was talking about initially. But it seems like if we're going to have it be that we can adjust you down if you don't get it, we should be able to adjust upwards if they do come in with an HP1 at the time that they're submitting their final documents.
One thing to consider is that it would be subject to available bond authority.
There you go. That's a good point.
So if you don't reserve it up front and you use up the authority with, for all the projects that come in, a year later, you may not have the authority for the additional 250 or 150 if they become eligible, something we'd have to consider.
And so the authority for this the bond authority for the HP part of this project, this piece is going to come out of the high performance program, not out of career tech, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, on some level, if you allow someone to come in for an adjustment later, or if you say that it's possible to do that, they're going to take a risk if they don't check a box. Okay. So is it something that we could look at in terms of drafting this, or what are your concerns other than authority? Or is this a way that we can structure it so that both the positive and negative piece of this are available?
We can take a look at it.
Okay.
Bill, this is a question.
Sure.
I think if you were a district, you would just go ahead and check the box. I mean, right? So and then it would allow you to reserve the funds, including the HPI, and then if you don't become eligible for it, you don't reach the point level, then that part's rescinded. But that would incentivize the districts to just check the box, which I don't think is a bad thing. You would incentivize people to get HPI. That's what you're going for. That's what we're trying to get. And if they don't happen to meet it, fine. If they do happen to meet it, great.
And I actually agree with you. I think that you're right, that the net effect of that in terms of what districts would be likely to do is probably just that. But I think the concern is that, let's say everybody who went in checked the box and said, I'm going to get a high-performance project, and they would then reserve all the funds for high performance, and other districts that had modernization projects or new construction projects coming in would not have that high performance authority available. Am I
That's correct. That's
crafting
a possibility.
that? Okay, so I think that's the conundrum that we face here in trying to do this from a policy.
How many CTE projects are there, though, compared to will we really run out of money because of CTE?
I mean, I think to be really honest with you, mostly we're talking about the future here.
Right.
I
just think the amount is probably very small compared to the overall mod and new construction.
That may be possible, yes. Anyone in the audience want to comment on this? Come on, I can see somebody moving their head, so.
Hi, Richard Gonzalez here. I like the idea of having the ability to move up if you have not had checked the box. And that speaks to the projects that were already in-house and available to go up. If we're going to have an incentive program, let's incentivize everyone, not just incentivize those. That'll come in the future, because what you're proposing, the way the staff's proposing it, means anybody that's in this round, whether they get money today or money becomes available later down the road, none of them can get the HPI. It'll have to be the next bond round or whenever that happens in the future. And I think we need to keep it here. Now, the other thing I wanted to make mention of about the going up and down aspect of it is only for the HPI. Language needs to be written so that it's only for the HPI, because we've had the discussion before about reducing the apportionments on the career techs, and that was not something we finally decided to do. We leave them intact, and as part of the closeout or the final expenditure report, they have to give the money back at that point.
I'm not, can you explain that to me? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Right now, a career tech project that comes into staff and gets the reservation and goes forward with their project, when they turn in their final expenditure report, they have the option of either turning in the money they have as savings at that point in time or waiting until the final audit is done and then be told how much to return to the state. Okay? Up until that point in time, you get your reservation. What we had as a discussion in the past was there were cases where the final plans came in with the expenditure report and with the cost estimate, and it turns out that there was a delta. The cost of the project was significantly less than what was reserved. And the question was whether or not we should have the project reduced down and make that net difference available to the next project in line. Did I characterize that correctly, Juan?
Yep. That's correct. The idea behind this proposal would be to specify in the language that the HPI grant would be adjusted.
The HPI is the only part that's adjustable, and we're still living with the potential returning of the money at closeout or at final expenditure report for the CT.
Yeah, this would be just addressing the HPI grant.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm Ana Ferreira, School Energy Coalition. I would just ask that you explore that idea of holding up the funds as you look at this, because I would be concerned that the money be tied up rather than going out to projects that are high performing.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee members? Mr. Morales, do you have enough information?
I think so. I don't know if you have any other questions, Jeremy.
No, I'm good.
You have something you want to do?
On page 19, if we're done with that.
Yes. Go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
give yourself a mic.
Oh, page 19. Juan's mic, it sounds smarter. Because I can't figure out the interaction between the new language E and the following section talking about the matching share. So the HPI funds are not CTE funds. So HPI, is that, let's just say in the new construction modernization, it's either 50-50 or 60-40, depending on the base.
Yes.
And in career tech, there's modernization and new construction under a 50-50 in all cases, right? And then the funding under whatever that last section is says that they're all 50-50, yet those funds are not CTE fund. So for a modernization project, you would be matching an HPI fund at 50% instead of 40%. Is that how that's working?
I think the HPI, we're treating it sort of as an additional grant. HPI is an additional grant, and it would have the same local match requirements. In this case, a 50-50.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Yeah, the thought process that the grants are different, but that the project is the same, so that the HPI grants take on the characteristics of the career tech project, while understanding that we're still talking about two pots of money.
Okay, I understand that. I don't follow the logic in it, but I understand what it says. And then just on that second section, it says any funding provided these regulations, maybe it should be more specifically this subsection. And then since that's an inclusive statement, why do you need to add language that says specifically this? If everything's already in there, why say especially these things? That's just...
Aren't those the high performance sections?
Yeah, it already says everything in this here. Any funding provided by this section or this regulations, which is already inclusive of those new cited sections. So just, I appreciate redundancy in regulations myself, but others don't share my, unless there's, a reason for that.
Okay.
Other than.
Maybe there is. Can you restate the...
He's just...
Where the redundancy?
That you're saying, it's like the first word is any, and in the definition...
Well, I'm sorry, where are we looking at exactly?
Oh, page 19.
Okay.
Under dot 194. So any already includes anything you added.
Oh.
So is that maybe just transitional because now you're adding new stuff that wasn't before?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Is that it?
Bill, quick question.
Yes.
Maybe I didn't quite understand where Fred was going, but does this section impact in any way, shape the 250, 150,000 that's provided, that it now becomes a matching, that to get the 250, now it's 50-50 instead of getting the flat 250?
Well,
or the 150 becomes 60-40?
Before one answers, let me try answering. Okay. But then I'll turn it over to somebody who actually knows what they're talking about. The 150 and 250 is already matched.
It is
under
already
the
matched.
current program by districts. Did I say that correctly?
That's correct. It'd be no different.
Excellent.
So in other words, the state gives you 250, you come up with 250.
Yes.
The state gives you 125, you come up with 125.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. You don't get half of it to match it. That's the full amounts are available, but it is a matching program. Okay, so to wrap it up, what I heard was that the committee believes that option 2 is more consistent with the overall existing program and provides the best flexibility, and that we'd like to have OPSC look at not just the negative of what happens if I don't get the HPI grant, but the positive of if I get an HPI grant without reserving funds initially, can then receiving the funds with an adjustment could be made in the same way as the negative. Did I get that correctly? Did you want to come to the mic and say? Excuse me? Well, that I think structuring the regulation change to allow a project to receive an adjustment that didn't originally apply in its reservation for that would handle those projects, I believe. Yes.
I think that's the way it works.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Jeremy. I know. It just dies on me. I got to get it to die later. Okay, so we are at the third item on the agenda, or the third major item, and that is improvements to the project information worksheet. And the purpose, I'm going to turn it over to Hannah in a second, but the purpose of this session today is that Hannah is going to briefly summarize the item and talk about what we heard the last meeting regarding issues with the PIW and what changes we wanted. And then what I'd like us to do is to go through not every single line item, but major areas, and ask the committee and stakeholders what are we've identified an item that's a problem, what are the things we need to consider about how to change it? What are the issues associated with changing it? How would we, in other words, we want to develop a list of considerations and focus a little bit, because what we have today is essentially a compilation of everything we heard last time. And so we want to take it to the next level. Here's what we heard. Now what do we do about what we heard, and what are the issues and considerations on what we heard? Go ahead.
Can I just add to that? And if we missed any of them, please let us know. If there's others that we need to include as well.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Hannah Conniff from the Office of Public School Construction.
Hello. As you all know, last month we discussed the possible improvements for the PIW, looking at streamlining it and improving the process to make it easier for school districts and to collect better data. This month we've come back to you with a list of the concerns and comments and suggestions that we received both at the implementation committee meeting and from letters and other comments and concerns expressed by people who came in before and after the meeting. So for each section of the PIW, we've tried to identify in the item other possible sources for the information we're collecting, and then kind of categorize things as either comments and concerns or actual suggestions. So what we're hoping to do, as Juan and Bill suggested, is to just get feedback from everybody to make sure that we've actually captured the major concerns that people have, and so that we can start looking at what kinds of things we need in order to analyze the best solutions. That being said, the first area that we wanted to look at is sort of the global concerns, and in the item, it's page 24 near the bottom. I don't necessarily want to read through everything line by line, so I'm hoping that maybe you guys could take a look at it and then just let us know.
Do you want comments now?
Yes.
Okay. On page 25, the last suggestion that you have there says expand the scope of PIW to include all SFP-funded projects. I did not hear that suggestion at all, and I would strongly object to that.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to have to correct Mr. Dunstan. I made that suggestion. Yes.
Okay, then. I still didn't hear that.
You can still
Bill made that suggestion, and I strongly object to that.
Okay.
So in the area of just sort of the first section, the really global concerns, does anybody have any ideas about things that might have been missed or things that we need to think about in relationship to that?
I had one, Hannah. Over here.
Okay.
I moved. Whether it's global or elsewhere, just that you can't find the thing on the internet. Maybe make it a little bit easier to find. Or I couldn't find it. That may not be the true test.
Well, and that did come up, actually. I'm not sure. Is that captured somewhere else besides here in the global section?
I missed it.
Okay. No, it did come up.
It did come up, yes. I remember discussing that
Okay.
and discussing trying to get a direct link.
And I think that's an important piece that we do need to follow up on, is a direct link.
Yeah,
and it's, Bill, is it the difference between the electronic input? You can find it, but the form itself as a whole isn't really, I don't believe that exists. It's just the...
Yeah, the form itself as a whole doesn't appear to be available on the website. You're right, and that's one. But the second piece that's actually more difficult to find is if you have to really know how to get there, and that is all of the PIWs that have been filled out and submitted to the Office of Public School Construction are on the website, but it takes about, it's a circuitous path, let's just say.
So the completed ones, which is different than the submitting ones, there's a different...
That's correct.
Yeah.
So we can do a direct link. That makes sense. Okay. Moving right along. Yes.
Just a comment on the top of page 25, the second bullet that says the PIW only collects data for new construction projects. What about mod and other programs? I made a comment about what about projects that are a combined new construction and mod. So I don't know if that comment was specific to my own personal issues trying to fill out the form when I had a mod and a new at the same campus, the same project. So again, not asking for it for mod, but recognizing the difficulty it is to fill out a PIW accurately when you have a new and a mod on the same project.
Right. So you're saying also to try to look at ways to make it easier for combined projects, filling out the more complicated.
Yeah, we had to have the contractor do additional work, pretty much with schedule of values, just to be able to try and anticipate what those changes or what the numbers might be, so that I was trying to provide accurate information. So again, it's just hard, time consuming, same kind of stuff. But I'm not asking for one for mod. Thank you.
Bill?
Yes.
So I have a question. Seems like this would be an appropriate place also to place the question on CMU, in-house LCP, or a project labor agreement. Is that something that you guys are looking at with regards to collecting information on that?
It hasn't come up yet, no.
Okay. So I think given the conversations that we've had at this board and at the state allocation board as well, it might be a good place to include this to avoid any confusion, get information up front about which of these options that the school district is selecting for compliance with prevailing wage.
Okay.
I could send you more information too if you like.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
we're breaking about 10.
The next area that's on the item is the duplicated information gathering. We're looking for any concerns that you may have about, or that we should be considering when we think about other ways to try to integrate the information from different agencies.
So this is an area of the PIW that I think if we properly implement it would significantly reduce the amount of work for districts.
Yeah.
And yes.
I was just going to say, I know that there's an MOU between DGS and CDE to talk about developing a project tracking number between the agencies, and I know this suggestion is not going to address this immediate discussion, but it obviously could be used as a vehicle to populate the PIW based on the PTN number.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just enter your PTN with your project, the rest of the information that's electronically stored can just populate the PIW. I mean, that's just long-range thinking. But it's an option to look at as a consideration as a way to address this.
I like that. So it tags it to that project. And, I think that's a really good idea. I think that if we take this one in the easiest part for considering how we might implement this, it seems like one of the ways that we could start would be to have OPSC look at taking the information on the 5004 and using that to fill out the funding section at the top of the PIW. The very first part of the PIW, you fill out the funding information. And the most common complaint I've heard about this is that, hey, you already have that information. Why are you asking me again? And Hannah had a really good reason why. And she said, well, it's because we're trying to check and make sure if you know which project you're talking about. No, I didn't mean it like that. But it is what she said, yes. I mean, she didn't say it with such glee, but but I think that it might make sense. Probably the easiest one to try, if we were to try and implement one, would be one that, in terms of auto-populating portions of the form, it would probably be easiest to try on a pilot basis, doing stuff that we have in one agency, rather creating the bridge to another agency. That's always. We want to be there, but it takes a little longer. So I think from a kind of next step standpoint, this seems like an area that we could do potentially easily. What are, from OPSC's standpoint, what would be the difficulty in doing that, or what would be some of the concerns or considerations that you'd have, Juan, or Hannah, or anyone else from OPSC who's here for taking it, or is it just simply a data or technology issue?
It's a technology issue. It's not simple.
Sounds really easy.
It does, but it's something that we have to obviously get some programming. We have some, it would require programming, and as long as I think we can auto-populate it, and maybe we can have something, maybe asking a question to the district, is this accurate? And then move forward. It'd be sort of the same thing as the prior purpose.
So the district would pull up the PIW, they'd put their project number in, right, with their identifier. Mm-hmm. That would then, from a technology standpoint, pull over the 5004 that's tagged to that project number. Mm-hmm. The information would go in, and then the next question would be, is this right?
Or is this the project we're talking about? Some sort of question like that.
Or is this the correct project? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, what's that?
Is there a signature at the bottom of this, which would indicate that they've reviewed it?
No. No.
There's a suggestion.
No. We like it that way.
Yeah, no.
Can I?
Yes, Mr. Pierce?
I'll be as candid as I can here, and it is the project funding portion. Every time I fill one out, it does seem a little silly because we're giving the same agency that information that gives us that information. But that's the easy part. That's really easy to fill out. I think the section that causes me the most confusion and where I have a really tough time consistently filling it out from project to project is the project costs. And the frustrating part about that is it's all on the DLOP, which is attached to every one of these except for the first one I send you. So I'm basically relying on the data that I've already filled out and given you in the detailed list of project expenditures. I have to extrapolate that in a lot of different ways than you asked for it in the DLOP, and that's really where I'm getting the information for this. So I'm just giving it to you in two different formats, but the project cost section is really the frustrating part for most districts.
You're reading ahead, Mr. Pierce. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Am I? I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, it's good. I hear you.
Legitimately is a duplication issue as well.
All right,
so that's where I thought the duplication we were talking about.
So in terms of duplication, but I'm not sure that.
I apologize.
My understanding of why we're asking the district to provide project information about the costs. Well, first of all, the reason is to inform the need for a change in the grant or grant increase, whatever, project cost. But the second reason is that we The information on the DLOP, which, remind me, stands for Detailed List of Project Expenditures, okay? My understanding, and I can tell you that for sure this is true in many, many projects that I've filled out, we don't record all the costs on the DLOP. Districts haven't in the past, because all you do is record the costs that are required to show that you met the state match requirements, or it's not always the case. But at the district, and especially if you have modernization projects, or when we got grants for modernization, we would fill out on the detailed list of project expenditures only the costs that showed that we matched the state expenditure potentially. And what we're trying to capture with the project costs is the true cost of the project, including expenses that you might not have reported in the detailed list of project expenditures. And so you're saying you take the high road?
Are you suggesting that is?
No, that is. So you report all of your costs on the DLOP, even that are not.
Do I have to sign to that?
There's no MI if you answer that.
I don't know, Dave or Michael, can you guys explain the difference, if any, between the DLOP and the information request in the PIW?
But we could fix that with a quick fix, because it's only upon the final 5006 where that would be an issue. I'm assuming that all the annual updates, you're going to just list all your expenditures. It's upon the final where you either did spend more or less than the PIW. So you could just have a line that says, did you expend additional costs above and beyond what's reported on the DLOP or above and beyond your match, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, we wouldn't know on the DLOP if that's everything the district spent unless they chose to do that, but we still wouldn't know without the information on the
So you could ask for that in the PIW.
In the PIW, you could find that out. That's the intent, list everything district and state share and everything beyond the required project costs. But we've heard before that
Some
districts tend to only report the state and district shares, but we've seen plenty overspent too. It's just district choice at that point.
It would just make it very easy on the districts if say, it said upon the final 5006, so and PIW, that if you expended any dollars above and beyond the state match requirement, indicate it here or something like that. It's the disaggregation of the data from the DLOP to this section every year that is quite a burden if you have a lot of projects.
Okay, any other comments on this, Kathy?
Well, just maybe a little subsection of that is, I think we all are aware and know that we spend more money than the match, and I would hope that, I don't mind answering the question, did you expend more money on this project than listed in your PIW? But I hope I wouldn't have to detail it. Maybe it's a dollar amount. If yes, how much? But don't ask me to separate it into, furniture and equipment or some other cost.
Well, and I think we have kind of moved ahead into this section, so
Sorry.
That's okay. I mean, that's fine. I think it's good. It all blends together. So, Hannah, do you want to go to that section? Is that the next section on the? I don't have my.
Well, we'd be bypassing the number of submittals.
Oh, we don't want to do that. Hold on, just a second. What's that? All right, let's do. So we are going to take about a 10-minute break. Lisa Silverman is being sworn in upstairs as on the 8th floor as the executive officer of the State Allocation Board and Office of Public School Construction. So you're welcome to come up and crowd around, but we're going to go upstairs and watch that. Okay? 8th floor. Yeah, it is. We're going to do a number of submittals. Thank you for reminding me I was going to skip that. No, we don't.
So you're correct. We're going to up it to 4.
All through CDE. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and get started again. And Hannah, could you just review briefly the number of submittals issue?
Is this working?
I can't tell.
Okay. Is this working? Now? Okay. So one of the concerns that a lot of people have expressed is that they do not like having to submit the PIW 3 times. And so we did, receive a suggestion that we reduce the number of times it's required. So in doing that, we would, of course, need to decide, are we going to just reduce it to the 2 times? And if we do that, which submittal would be eliminated? And that being said.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to have some input from the committee on what we want to look at and think about the considerations related to reducing the number of PIW submittals. Currently, there's 3 submittals, right? One at the 5005, one at the first year expenditure report, and one at the end of the project. I think the major consideration for me is that the one at the end of the project is probably the most critical one in gathering actual data, or final data, right? Because presumably we would have all the information regarding the project, and it would be accurate, fully accurate, none of this estimated, anything like that. So we know, I think, unless somebody else thinks differently, if we're going to require it, that's going to be one we have to have at the end of the project. Everybody's on board on that? Okay. So now the question would be, let's entertain the question of and I'm going to try and frame it in a way that'll head towards an answer, but at least for many projects, there's a long time frame between the end of the job and the beginning of the job, and there's a period there where we probably want to have data available about the project that is this information to be able to use in assessing the program and the project's costs on the program, et cetera. So of the 2 submittals that we have now, all right, let's throw it even more wide open than that. Do we need another submittal beside the final one?
No.
I knew you guys were going to say that. I was going to frame it so you couldn't answer that way.
Bill?
Yes, sir.
I guess the question we need to ask is how is the data being used? And I don't know what that answer is, but it seems like there is no need for any kind of a preliminary submittal on this. It's what good is cost data when it's incomplete? The only thing that you would get that would probably be accurate during the process would be the square footage and the types of facilities. But without the cost data, I'm not sure that information is all that useful. I would say just one submittal, and that's at the end of the project.
Bill?
Yes.
I harped on this a lot, when we last talked about this, but I still have to go back to, in support of that we only need the one worksheet, which would be the last one. Is I'm looking on page 23, and the bullet points as to the reason why we need to have a PIW. Analyze the relationship between the people grant eligibility and the cost of new construction pursuant to Ed Code Section 17072.11b. Demonstrate bond accountability. Identify the changes in the bid climate and evaluate, I don't remember the last one, but evaluate the high performance incentive grant. The first one doesn't do any of those. The second one, it's not touching bid climate. It's not touching bond accountability because you're still in the middle of a project. It fails to answer those 4 points.
Right.
And so I would just suggest that if it's not answering those 4 points, it shouldn't be included in the discussion.
So,
it's a 1. You get 1. The last one.
Are there any other comments on this? Yes, Kathy.
If we can do the final, which I agree, I think is a great idea, it still would represent final and true cost because, as we all know, bigger projects drag on for quite a while. So, but not wanting to hold up this type of information, I would still check the box saying estimated because I'm not going to know my real and final cost for could be a year. Depends on the project, you know. So.
I think that's probably part of the considerations is if we're just going to have one, what does that mean at the end? When is it really final? I think that's going to warrant some discussion. So what does it mean? Are you done, or almost done, 99%? What are we talking about?
Can I, I've seen throughout here a suggestion just eliminate estimated and actual.
There is a suggestion to do that.
So if it's the final, and that's where we settle, you just send it once when OPSC considers us done. It is what it is at that point in time, so there would be no need for estimated or actual.
Those would go hand in hand, yeah, I agree. So you're saying we could get to one through the other?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let me, since I'm the only person here that might be advocating for another submittal, let me just, so let's think about this for a second. We have, if we're trying to gather data and we're trying to gather cost data and we're trying to understand impacts of construction cost, and we can all agree in the future on how to analyze the data we receive, and we can agree on a methodology for what that means and how it might apply to what the state grants and the state's project share. Not that we're there yet, but wouldn't it make sense to have, for very long projects especially, I mean, many projects that we do as districts and together are projects that last 5 or 6 years, some of them, and it strikes me that it's kind of a long gap to not have any kind of information regarding potential project costs on a project. Okay? So, I mean, does that, I know that's not striking a resonant chord amongst the committee. However,
Bill, so in that long gap, if you had that estimated information, what would you do with it?
Okay, good question. All right.
And what do you need it for?
That's good.
I think it just goes to the fact, you're absolutely right, Mayor. I mean, we can do all the work and go through all these exercises, but if it's not accomplishing any of the things that it was intended to set out to do, what value does it serve? Unless you can tell me that it has some value, then we'll talk about it. But I just can't see how a second interim report provides that value.
Or even a first interim report.
Well, the first, I think we've already moved beyond that one.
All right.
Well, in the first, too, is a duplicate of a lot of information we've already provided in our funding application and our even just getting a PT number. We've provided some information, and in the new LCP form, whatever that thing's called, PCW or DW, whatever it is.
PWC 100.
Thank you, PWC. So
yeah, you think this form's hard to fill out?
There's a lot of information in the beginning that's already being provided, square footage, type of buildings, very low.
Well, but I guess in some ways I'm hearing you agreeing with me. that we have valuable information then, and that it is valuable to have information, but that we already have it, and so I'm just really concerned if you guys think about being in a school district, and I was in school districts for only 13 years, but when you went to a board meeting, what did we talk about all the time? Data, besides budget cuts. Data. I mean, school districts are supposedly the most data-driven organizations on earth, right? Well, seriously, you talk about the assessments, you talk about your AYP, you look at your scores, you analyze the data on individual students, you disaggregate the data. We don't have data as a state about our program, and we make assumptions about what we're doing and what's effective and what's not effective, and yet we don't really have the data to support it. Okay, sorry, I'm off my soapbox now. Lyle?
I just want to point out that, I believe that the PIW information that is provided for the first two under the current three system is nothing more. The first one is strictly estimates. The second one is nothing more than the expenditures to date subtracted from or added to the estimates that you already have. So that the information really isn't an updated set of data that has value until you get down to the end of the line where you really start to understand what the final cost of the project is. But I want to go back to the basic question here, and I think this drives, and Bill, I don't disagree with you. Data, whatever you want to call it, is an important function of school districts and the state, bond accountability, all of that stuff. Nobody's arguing that point, I don't think. But the question is, in this particular form, what is it you're going to do with the information that you're going to get, and what is the purpose for having it? And I said last time, and I'll say it again, identify the changes in the bid climate over time. You don't need this form to figure that out, okay? And so to ask, I think there's a whole page of questions that relate just to that one issue. Some of them I can't figure out how they relate, but nonetheless, there's a whole page of them. But you don't need that in order to know what the bid climate is. You can ask a set of districts, ask the architects anytime you want to, hey, what's the bid climate like? And I'll bet you they can tell you better than this set of data can. So I think the first question I'd really like to see answered is, if you're not going to use it, and you may or may not, Bill, I'm not saying you're not, but so far it hasn't been used successfully for the purpose of the pupil grant determination. I don't know if it's been successful for bond accountability or not. I can't answer that question. Juan may be able to. Identify the changes in bid climate over time. You don't need this form, and this form isn't answering those questions. So why don't we have a real conversation about what is the purpose of the form, and what information do you then need to really answer that purpose? And I think that'll tell you whether you need 1, 2, 3, or 9, submittals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think.
Wait, we have a comment there.
I just wanted to add that, as far as determining what's happening in a particular bid market, they can be all different all over the state of California. The thing that I have a problem with on the PIW not giving you the information you need is that the scopes are all different. So when you're getting costs for different modernization projects, you have different scopes, so I don't think it really tells you much. But as far as cost for construction, DSA gets a percentage of the construction cost, and you do have that information, which is tied to a particular approval of plans.
Well, and I'm sure that you have submitted plans to DSA, and you make an estimate of the costs. I've looked at DSA's website as part of project tracking information and compared it to other project information that OPSC has, and the numbers the numbers that get reported to DSA are, I'm going to go out on a limb, wildly inaccurate.
Well, usually when they make the application, they're low, but they come
Then they get, that's correct. They get adjusted at the end.
and they have the adjustment.
Right. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, now that we're down to just filling out this form one time, I'm going to suggest that the timing for this occur at the time of substantial completion. That way, nobody has to wait till the last dollar is accounted for before the information is provided.
Okay. Yes.
Since there's only one mic, and I know I'm not part of the public, since there's only one mic, I thought I'd use this stand. I just want to clarify something. Last month we were talking about this subject, and not from my notes, but just from my memory. So that's why I'm probably wrong. But it seemed like some people had mentioned that once the project goes out to bid, there's not a whole lot that changes until completion. Did I misunderstand that? Were they talking about square footages, or was it more cost?
That was square footages mostly, I think.
Okay, but cost could change substantially. So is that the difference? Because at the 5005 stage, during the first requirement, at least 50% of the project has to be under contract. So at least 50% has already gone out to bid, and they've already started the contract. So those costs are kind of nailed down, excluding change orders and things like that. But we're talking about the square footages stays the same, but the cost's different. Just want to make sure I understand that.
Yes, that's my understanding. So, thank you. Let's go back and talk about, okay, so I understand that the sense of what I'm getting from the committee is that the most important submittal is the end submittal, and it definitely is the most accurate. Right now we get a submittal at a 5005, and we get a submittal at 1 year. Can we talk about, just humor me for a minute, and we'll talk about the two submittals that are now required at the front end of the work. Okay, one is at 5005 and one is at 1 year. Which one of those is the more accurate information? Compared to what?
What are the 2 time points?
The 5005 and the 1 year submittal that we have now. We have 2 in the beginning of the project, roughly, right? The 5005 and
if we're forced to choose one of those 2?
Yes.
Yeah, the 1 year would obviously be more accurate than the 5005.
The latter.
And so, what are some of the considerations by? So, if we said,
I guess what I'm confused by, Bill, is that what value does providing you early cost data that really isn't going to be representative of the final outcome of the project going to do for you at that point in time? Now, to Brian's point about getting structural information, well, we have that at the time we get approval from DSA. And if there's change orders throughout the process that were identified in the comments by one of the public statements, that may be something to consider. But I'm not sure what value still that there is in having a 2 reporting period when really you can't do anything with. You're still at the estimate. You're still not dealing with any true hard data cost-wise.
Well, I'm not sure. I've run a lot of projects, and at least at the point a year into the project, you would have a pretty good idea of what your main contracts were, and you'd probably right. Yeah, you'd have a pretty good idea. You'd have a contingency set aside for your change orders, which might be moving around a little bit. You'd still have estimated costs on your, furniture and equipment and that kind of thing. There's no doubt about that. But you'd have your main contracts pretty well nailed down on most projects. I know there's exceptions, but I think the data is probably a lot more accurate than it is at the start of the project, if you will, at the 5005 stage. I know I'm not getting a lot of resonance with this, but that's okay. I guess I want to reflect back on what we were, the charge that we received from the State Allocation Board too, and just because I work for the board and I want to try and balance everybody's issues with what the board's issues are, and one of the charges was to reduce the number of submittals, and everybody here thinks reducing it down to 1 is good. I'm not totally convinced. So I think if you're because I do think that the length of time that many of these projects take would mean that we would be without information in this form that we use for informational purposes partly, right? I mean, bond accountability is another way of saying public information regarding what work is underway in the program. Or am I missing the boat? Is that a fair assessment? I mean, I think we need to have some information at the front end of some of these projects, especially with projects that take 4 or 5 years to complete. So if you, I know you don't want to choose, but if you had to choose, the second one sounds like it would be a 1-year in submittal sounds like a better idea than the initial submittal. Okay, don't all, you know.
Your question was which one's more accurate.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. I just segued right around to that. But we're in agreement.
The 1 year takes more effort than the front end.
What do you mean it takes more effort?
Again, trying to disaggregate the cost data the way you're asking for it.
Well, let's
trying to be accurate with that.
The way we're asking about for the cost data is also under discussion, but it's okay, and that's something that needs to be improved. I think we heard that loud and clear.
I have a suggestion for you.
Okay, so let's.
Yeah, Bill, could I ask something too?
Yes.
I mean, you're getting so much pushback from people because I'm not sure if everyone's really clear on why you're getting pushback. Is it, and I don't know either what the consensus is of this districts out there, but part of it for me is just that I don't think that this form answers your questions that you want. So I don't think districts, well, sure, we don't want to do more work. We're already really, really, really busy. So what we hate is if we think that these are nonsensical questions or things that you already have the information for, why are we spending our time on this? So is it possible, at the risk of, it's probably not possible, but it just seems to me, I'm reading the history, there was a stakeholder group and a committee that put this together back in, 05, 06, 07, something like that? And it's been revised somewhat, but there's continued pushback, and there seems to be now a lot of experience, like maybe a new subcommittee could get together of actual people who actually could get to the answers, get the information that you want. Bill, you should be on that committee because you have experience and everything. So I'm just saying, yeah. I think there's the pushback is from that. The rebellion that you're seeing is from that, besides just the form itself, and we're scared about how it's going to be used against us. So that's the other piece. So because that's the trend in the past. Okay. So we need to be, I think if people could feel confident that it was put together by a bunch of school district folks and architects and people who are actually out there in the trenches, along with the knowledgeable people at the state agencies who understand what's happening out in the districts, trying to get to the real information.
And I would agree with everything Lee just said. In my personal frustration, I can't stand doing something that I know is wrong. And the way that asks for information, I can tell you right now, and I'm not ashamed of this, everyone I've sent you is inaccurate because I can't get the data in a correct fashion that you're asking for it for. So that's very frustrating for me as a professional that wants to submit good, detailed information. And every one of them is different for their own reasons. You'd have to come and live a day with me and fill a couple of them out to know why that's the case. But that's very frustrating when I can't give you perfect information to get wherever it is you want to get with the information. So,
Can I ask, why would you be scared to report actual costs?
Oh, the bottom line, it balances out.
No, I know, but I'm just curious, why would you be scared of that?
Lee or me?
I'm just saying that oftentimes when data has been put together in the past, the accusations become, why do schools cost so much to build? And the question is so unfair, and everyone's trying their best to build schools, and we have all kinds of reasons why they cost the way they cost, but that's how much they cost. And it's just, it puts a punitive, it's the approach. Why do schools cost so much? And that continues to be the question every time there's a new committee put together, right? It's not about, let's find out about schools and facilities and how can we make them better and how can we make it easier to build schools because we know we need them. It's how come you guys are screwing up so bad? And so that's why we're nervous about giving you data.
Does the PIW say that? I'm not sure I'm following I don't think that we're saying that on the PIW. I think it's just actually asking for actual, we're asking for accurate information, and I'm just not clear on why that would be a fear. Can you please clarify that for me?
I think I just answered it.
If the costs are what they are, why would there be?
I don't think it's a matter of what the form says. I think it's a matter of the people viewing the forms, what they're going to try and infer out of that. And I agree with Lee. I think that in some people's minds, if they build a school that they want to last for 50, 75 years and have relatively low maintenance costs and therefore cost more to begin with, they're penalized for that. You know, they get the old Taj Mahal syndrome thrown at them, the fact that you're building these schools that are way too expensive, when in fact you've got a whole lot of other things to take in mind in designing a school, one of which is longevity of the facilities and maintenance. And so I don't think it's a matter of what the form says and what the information on the form says. It's how it's going to be interpreted that we don't know.
If I can just add one thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the documentation out of OPSC related to closeout and some of the reports that we've heard in the last couple of years, reported to the State Allocation Board, the term overspent has been used, and it provides a negative connotation. And I think if the idea that we've overspent is that we've spent more than what the grant provided, it's negative. And I think that puts districts in a negative light. And I don't know if that's Lee's point, but I just know in reading some of the reports, some of the information that's been presented to the board over the last couple of years, that term has been used. And I think that just kind of puts districts on their heels and more protective. It's a cautionary point, I think, that needs to be recognized.
No, I hear you guys. Go ahead. One more, then we're going to stop and go back to the report a little bit. Yes, ma'am.
So I think that this is one of the few things that the general public is able to, in theory, log on and find and look at, right, and view. And that's part of the whole bond accountability thing. So that, so I can see where somebody in my district would look on something that we've done and go, holy moly, why in the world do they cost so much? And then go to some other district and say, well, gosh, they were able to do it for 30% less, and not have any idea of all those things that go into my project versus somebody else's project, because those aren't identified. Those costs are not identified. I don't think any of us have a problem. Well, I won't speak for everybody. I don't have a problem providing the data. I agree with Rob. It's very hard to get you the data that you're asking for because the way we track it and we account for it doesn't match the form. So that's an issue. But for the public to be able to look at a document and not understand 90% of it, other than the bottom line, is I don't know that really does us any help. Because they don't know how much the cities or the county agencies are tapping us to do stuff, or what DTSC is, and why were your site costs so high? None of that's reflected on that form. So that might lend a little credence to what Lee is saying in terms of the fear that we're presenting the wrong image. So that's one thing. I do think that we all want to provide accurate data, and trying to fill this form out with our construction accounting software or your construction accounting software, all of which are a little bit different, is very time-consuming and labor-intensive. If somebody asks me, how much did your project cost, I can spit you out a couple of reports in a couple of minutes using my own accounting software, but it wouldn't fit into these boxes. So that's my frustration, is trying to get it to fit in the box.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
And Bill,
Okay.
I'm sorry, you said one more, but I have to say this, and I want to be clear on what I mean when I say it's inaccurate. And we've said it before, but a lot of people in the room. It's inaccurate because for site development costs, for instance, what OPSC considers site development costs, my contractor does not. And he might consider some that you don't, and you might consider some that he doesn't. And not only that, it's not a basis for the bid award. And so even if I ask him in the schedule of values to say, please disaggregate your site development costs, he just throws a number in there because we're awarding it based on low bid. So from go, his costs that he's telling me for site development are not accurate.
Okay.
So I hate putting that in there, and they're not the same descriptors at OPSC. That's one minor example.
But that's a really good segue. So let's get back into the weeds for a moment. Is that okay? And let's talk about the section. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate everybody's input. But let's take a second and look at the project cost section. And Hannah, do you want to go ahead and just cover the basics on the project cost section and just summarize the concerns, and then maybe we can take a look at the actual form that's on page, whatever the heck it is, 30. Okay. We already did project funding. That's easy. We did. Yeah, that's easy. Okay. Insert to 5004. Okay.
The main point of the bulk of concerns regarding the project costs is that the categories we ask for don't match what districts are used to reporting, and they don't have a way to make things fit in the boxes. And also, there's the fact that projects differ so greatly from one area to another, and that causes the perception of things being equivalent when they're not. So there was a lot of people who said they didn't know what to do with estimated versus actual.
So can we stop on that one just for a second? Mm-hmm. Can I get the sense of the committee about estimated versus actual as a global? Is this something we need?
We're never going to be actual, not for years. So.
Okay. Anybody else have a perspective on estimated versus actual? Anyone from the Office of Public School Construction want to? Nobody's going to get up on that one, huh? Okay.
Bill?
Yeah. Mr. Zia?
Bill, just
Yes.
your concern, which is a valid one, you're worried about gaps in information of if we don't do one until the final one, whatever we call the final one. You're getting projects done on a continuous basis. You should be getting PIWs submitted right now. It's not that there's going to be this huge gap. Projects are being done. They're being completed monthly, yearly. So aren't you getting information right now?
Yes, we are.
I think that is it should be accurate information, and it just goes through year by year by year. You're getting the final numbers.
It's just that some of it's kind of old in terms of, yes, individual projects. So let's talk about the project cost section for a second. So did you summarize the rest of them, or you want to just, how about?
Well, I can read through them. The other suggestions were to restructure the report so that the questions we're asking are more similar to what we're asking for on the 5006. People then come up with the concern that, well, if it's the same thing you're asking for on the 5006, why do you need to ask again? There's remove requirement to break out the site development costs. A lot of people are really uncomfortable with the site development costs. Restructure the entire section so that only certain fields are included. And then there were also some suggestions that we eliminate all of the questions and just go with the total project cost.
Okay. So can everybody turn to page 30 and look at the form for a second? Can we just talk about some of the considerations with making changes in the project cost section briefly? Total cost for site acquisition Is that, I mean, so we provide, the state provides funding for site acquisition. Does this contribute to our assessment of the construction cost? No, it can, right? It contributes really just to the discussion of the overall project cost, correct? Okay.
Are you going to
comments on this?
I would, from my perspective too, that one's confusing for me relative to the other items in that section, because the way the question's worded, it should actually be in project funding. And then you should have a separate question in project costs. Okay, now what did you actually spend on the site, regardless of what the state gave you?
Mm-hmm.
Or
okay.
Because the way it's worded, I'm going to give you just the district and state match.
Not what it really
Not
cost.
what it really cost, assuming it costed more.
Yeah, I think that saying something like state share and district amount in there probably does create that, and it's probably not a good thing to have that there. But the question is, if this section is entitled Project Costs, does site acquisition constitute a project cost? Okay. So we should leave it there, but maybe delete state share and district amount. I think state share and district amount makes it sound like you're just supposed to put the state share and district amount, not what it really cost you.
Right. Bill, also, does that include, I know that if I look down, I see you've got number 3 is the soft costs. So I'm assuming that what you're really saying is purchase price, because the total costs I include, I mean, that's all my real estate advisors, everything else included, and the appraisals, all that. Is that what you're wanting? Or what exactly are you wanting? Even the question's confusing for me.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So a lot of your costs related to site acquisition might actually be in the soft costs.
Yes.
Which is not
you might double count it if you weren't
that unusual, I guess.
careful.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I think the form defines, though, where to include those sorts of costs. You need to, it's in the drop boxes.
It's in the drop box?
It's in the FAQ.
What does that drop box say? Do you remember? Okay. Richard, did you have a comment? Yes.
When you take a look at the allowable costs that the regulations allow under site acquisition, it's a lot more than just buying the land. And I'll tell you now, there are a lot of projects that incur site acquisition allowed costs in which there's no land purchases. So you either need to tell us here, this is only for purposes of the cost of buying the land, and maybe the costs related to condemnation, being an attorney or such, but everything else has to be somewhere else. For example, DTSC fees. Where does that go? Where is the cleanup cost required by DTSC if we have to have that? Is that a site acquisition cost, or is that going to be a construction cost? And yet it's going to be bid potentially separately.
Sure. That makes sense. Okay. Let's move down to bid and construction cost data. We've actually gotten some input from people, from construction managers and stuff related to this. But so can we go over some of the areas in item 2? So the one that I heard the most angst, is that the right term, about, or discussion about, was site development. And so what I'm hearing from the committee is that the ability to separate out site development costs from bids is difficult. Is that a fair statement of what the concerns are? And so it creates inaccuracies. Okay, and so we have it separated out this way because that's, do we pay site development costs? Site development, and remind me, site development costs are an additional grant?
Yes. There's a base grant and site development as well as site acquisition are aside, or they're apart from the base grant.
Okay. And so seemingly we want to be able to track the cost so we see if it compares to the amount that we're giving. Is that why we're asking the question?
Yeah. I mean, trying to differentiate what's paid for under the base grant, get an idea, and then, separate costs that are paid for separately based on the cost estimates, how much were the actuals versus what was given by the state.
And so if what's happening, and I think what we heard was evidence before, that people have an extreme difficulty breaking this out, especially in a lump sum bid. You can say schedule of values till you're blue in the face, but the reality is it doesn't work, and so you get inaccurate information. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes. And so maybe we should think in terms of considerations about this. If we're getting information that's not accurate, maybe we should reconsider whether we're asking the right question and not try and separate this out in this area. Okay. Is that okay? Is everybody? So then how would we as a state, if we're providing additional grants for site development and we want to understand what the real costs are to inform the grants that we're giving, I'm trying to take the high road here, you guys, how would we ask a question and where would you ask it about the actual costs that districts paid?
I think, unfortunately, it would impact the district. Well, you're going to have to get that from your contractor. And if you have two separate bids and you're doing your site development ahead of your construction, then you've got a better shot at giving an accurate cost. So that's pretty cool. However, if you are bidding it all as one thing, then the only other thing that I can see is to require of all the bidders almost like a line item for site development costs. And unfortunately, as was indicated earlier, you're going to get some contractors who throw it in other sections because they've got the same sub doing site work in terms of plumbing lines and also going up with plumbing. And so then you're asking a sub. So not only are you asking your contractor, a general, many generals, but now you're asking all their subs to split it out. If I'm the plumbing sub, you see what I mean? You've got a site development cost, you've got a hard construction cost, and I just don't think that you're ever going to. I would love to know what it is. I really would, because I think it would show that the grants are not adequate to do this, but I just don't know how to get there accurately and consistently.
And I'm
really,
really trying to come up with a solution to that question, and it's just stumping the heck out of me. The only way, well, and it'd still be a guesstimate, is if I hired a cost estimator to pick apart the bid with the OPSC definitions over here of what's considered site development and go and pull that out, it would still be a best guess.
Yeah. I got you.
And there's nothing, I've thought about this. I can't think of a way to require a contractor to give me that information accurately without making it a basis for bid award, and I can't imagine how you would even do that. It increased costs.
Other comments?
I think basically the only way you're going to get there, and it's not going to be an accurate number, is to go by the schedule of values, and just with the understanding that that is not an accurate number. It's just a best guess because you can't break that out based on the schedule of values.
I mean, and for folks who have never seen a live bid taking place, in fact, I would offer for OPSC staff to come. Contractors that are bidding our projects, they call it the war room, and they would love to have you come because, I mean, at the last minute, you got a guy who's doing 5 different phases or trades of your project, and he'll just all of a sudden drop his number by $150,000 to ensure he gets it, and he doesn't even know from what scope of work he just did that from. So they're just, at the end of the day, in the final seconds, they're just writing numbers down. I mean, they're just scribbling down numbers in pencil, and at the end of the day, they make it work. I mean, that's how a bid works ultimately. And
yep. Okay, Mr. Smoot.
Okay, more history lesson. In the early days of the lease purchase program, whenever your estimated site development was over a certain amount, and I don't remember what the amount was, you had to have a separate bid for site development. And I can tell you from that experience that the problems associated with this whole issue and separate bids, et cetera, and this concept of trying to figure out what it really cost, it's an impossible task. I mean, the board finally just said, okay, we give up. We're not going to require separate bids anymore. And the whole purpose, like I say, was exactly what you're talking about. What is the real cost, since those were numbers that weren't as easily generated in an estimate as building costs were in those days. So, while I think everybody agrees it'd be a great number to have, I'm sorry, you can't get there. You just absolutely can't get there with any meaningful number, and to continue to try is just chase your tail.
Good. Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Richard?
It's me again.
Hi.
Yeah, I've shared this before, and supporting what Lyle has just said. But I will tell you that when I complete this form, there's only one number that I can rely upon. And that number to fill in this cell, and this is the only one I know that I can put in that could be accurate at all, is the number that's given to me by OPSC. And by the way, does it include general site? Because the site development cost worksheet doesn't include general site. Do you mean to include it, or do you not mean to include it? I include it because it's a site development cost. But it's the values that I get from OPSC and the board item. Whatever you guys give me, I double it, and that's the number I put in here. Aside from that, there's no way I'm going to get the numbers that someone's suggesting are the true costs of site development.
Okay, I think we've got a clear sense on site development in terms of this, its location and the project cost thing. Other areas of project cost, can we look at more things in item 2 related to, we heard a lot about this, and this is a critical area. So accepted base bid amount and additive and deductive alternates. Did we have comments last time on that?
Yeah, it's easy though.
It's easy.
That's a fact. That's an easy one to fill out.
It's easy to fill out, but what good is the information? What does it tell you? Absolutely nothing.
I'm over that. I got over that.
Bill, this is a question that is of concern to me because it's one of those, I said the word fear, but my concern, if we have a base bid, and I'm just so afraid because of the disconnect between very good intentioned people here in Sacramento who work at the state, who don't know what the war room is, who don't know what the actual marketplace is out there. This is based on market. It's not based on anything that the state says. So this is a whole different world here. We all know that. We live out in the real world, and then there's Sacramento. So, and everybody knows that.
Hey, thanks, you
right?
guys.
Well, but everyone knows what I'm talking about, with this.
I didn't say that.
Everybody knows that. We go, okay, well, it has nothing to do with what's actually happening because it's not, we are not in control of the bids. So the additive and deductive alternates, to me, it's like, are you trying to get me to tell you what we thought was fluff and that we could have lived without? And again, I just go, what are you trying to get here? Like, oh, well, you should have taken the base bid. That's really what a school should have cost. And the additive alternates are just stuff that you could have lived without in the scope. But it's just Taj Mahal stuff or whatever. Again, maybe that's a little paranoid, but I don't know the purpose of this question.
The other thing I wanted, before we got off of C, Bill, is some of the things in 3, other. We have the same issues with regard to site development. So demolition, it's kind of the same line item in the bid. Whether or not it's accurate, I don't know. Interim housing, for me, sometimes is even a separate contract, so that can be easy, but in some cases it's not. But again, those are just line items in a bid that at the end of the day just have to total to whatever their low base bid amount is. They're not necessarily accurate. And then general conditions, it's difficult too because...
And that's asked down below also for construction management fees on 5, general conditions.
Yeah. And so general conditions are difficult even to compile because each change order will have general conditions associated with it as well, but they're not even line itemed similar to the schedule of values on bid day. So they can't, sometimes they are. But anyways, 3 comes along with same issues as 2.
So it sounds like for what would be the cleanest approach to the total construction cost would be the building cost in contracts. just including item C1. And that would be the aggregate sum of all of your multi-prime bids, or it would be your base, your single low bid, all-in general contract, right? I mean, is that? So to simplify that, and then you could take any of the interim housing or other things like that and put them down into rename item 4 so that it was other construction costs, not yet contractor or whatever, where you could handle things like interim housing or additional contracts that you had to do the work. Okay, so construction cost becomes total building cost in contracts. Okay, and then I heard some concerns about, I heard that filling out base bid and additive and deductive alternates is easy, which is true. I mean, you have numbers and you know whether you accepted them or not. That's for sure. I'll definitely give you that. But then I heard concerns about, well, what are we using the information for? So what is the purpose of the information in terms of additive and deductive alternates? And I think that if you look on the other page too, on the additional information page, isn't there information about additive and deductive alternates there? Yeah, there is. Question 4. Okay. So can we go down the rest of this list real briefly in project costs? At least we can get through this one section today. I know it's getting late, but I'd like to come back with some ideas about this at our next meeting. Soft costs. Did we have feedback on the soft cost item number 3 in project costs?
I don't think I
have specific
feedback about that, but I have heard people who have been confused about what to include in that category.
But we must indicate in the pull down box, right, the information box that's on the fill out form. Go ahead.
I think one of the things I get challenged with sometimes when I do this is that I'm trying to make the numbers add up to the same overall number, and I'll come up with a category, and I'm like, well, it's not really what I would call contingency. It's not F&E. It's not really whatever, and so I'll throw it all in soft costs because it's kind of the catch-all pot. So in trying to identify what those individual items are, I end up throwing a bunch into soft costs because it's not really clear where it would go otherwise.
And that's a pretty fair assessment. I mean, I would assume that everyone has an internal project management cost tracking system, and you have identified construction costs there, and you've probably identified soft costs, which is every other thing that you can't categorize as hard costs. So that's what ends up in item 3, right? Does anybody have a comment on this? Dennis, you're a wise architect.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the soft costs as being just kind of a catch-all for anything. There's a definition of what soft costs are, and I think we need to stick with that. If we need a catch-all, I think it should be something other than soft costs. Yeah.
Okay, and you're right. I mean, I think there is a more traditional definition of soft costs, so you're right. Okay, but I mean, it's clearer that it's let me just see if I can summarize. It's an answerable question. Yes? Okay, I'm going to take your silence as agreement. And it does provide some information that is probably useful for us to understand. In other words, in fact, one of the most common things that we were always asked in school districts is, well, you spent this much on construction, and how much are you spending on soft costs, right? So it's probably information that it's good to know we have. So I'm saying this one stays. Okay, sorry. Estimated remaining project costs not yet contracted. Rob, how do you answer that question?
I put my mic on. I've done a couple of these where I still have portions of the project that I have to complete, and so I just simply put in that figure that I think that portion of the project's going to cost.
Okay.
I mean, it is just an estimate,
Well, and so if
in fact, it's always going to be an estimate by definition. It's never going to be an actual. So at some point you hope that number goes to zero and it becomes
well, at
a
the
building
end, one
cost
would
in
hope,
construction.
at the last submittal, one would hope that that number is zero.
Right.
Well, if you only use one submittal, we don't need it.
Now, but
oh boy, there you go. You knew that one was coming, right, Juan? Yeah. All right.
I mean, it's an easy number to use, but it really is not accurate. You know, it's until I bid it or I sign a contract, I don't know what it.
But so the question is designed to find. This is my understanding, is that the question is designed to understand that whether there are other small side additional construction projects, because it says hard costs there.
Right.
And that's actually pretty common on the projects that I used to run. We'd do the main contracts, and then we'd do all the mop-up stuff, right? And you really didn't know what that was until you got to the end or you got somewhere far along. Is that your experience too, Rob?
Yep.
Okay. And that's Kathy's because she's going yes. Paul? Okay. So this seems like a question we do want because it helps us to answer the overall question of what does it cost to build, what does it really cost to build a school? Because one of the things that I've found is people think that the main contract is all there is. And the reality for school districts is it's the main contract and all the other little stuff that you have to do to get through this. Okay. So we may want to rephrase it slightly, but okay. Construction management fees. Why would this not be just a soft cost? How does OPSC?
Well, I think that it's in there as a separate item for your CM at risk and or CM multiple prime, where it's actually, you know, the construction, the general conditions are something that a general contractor would normally do with a GM type project, but or GC type project, but the construction manager does that in multi-prime contracts or CM at risk.
So how does
I think we're at a disadvantage here because we don't have the drop-down menus that do the instructions, and it would be nice if we could have those things during this discussion.
So Juan, how does OPSC view this? Construction management fees first. Is that something that's a term of art for you?
No. No. To be honest, I'm not really sure. And I apologize. We really weren't prepared to go line by line. We thought we were just going to go through and make sure that we had all the right questions and we didn't need to add any new ones. I didn't realize we were going to go through and discuss the merits of each one. So
sorry, Juan.
That's why we're not prepared to answer that.
Okay. So, so it's not clear we even need this question either, right? If CM fees are a soft cost, or Dennis, are you saying that this needs to be there?
Well, technically speaking, and if you have CM multiple prime, I think that it is a hard cost. But I mean, you can define it as being a soft cost if you want to.
So for a district that was doing that with a CM multiple prime, the total construction cost would not include the CM fees? I'm sorry, so item 2C above, that wouldn't include the CM fees?
No, for multiple prime, it would include that, yeah.
I pulled up the drop down and it tells you in the construction management fees section not to include any that you've included in 2C above. So it does clarify that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, did you have a comment?
I just want to say that whatever it is, you need to be consistent. But when you talk about here where you say construction management fees, including general conditions, if applicable, general conditions are 100% of the time a hard cost. You know,
yes.
And it should be reported that way. So, you know, if you want a separate category for construction management, I think you need to make it clear that it is strictly the construction management fees, not associated with multi-prime or CM at risk, okay? Because otherwise you get a misconstruing of the total construction cost number.
But the CM fees that are not associated with CM at risk or CM multi-prime are a soft cost because that's agency CM.
And see, there you go. Now you've got a third situation where really there really is never a time when construction management fees should be a separate item. It should either be included in hard cost or it should be included in soft cost,
it is a hard
depending
cost, right.
on the delivery method.
Unless someone wants to track what the construction manager fees are. If you wanted to,
But
if you
again,
wanted to
going
track
back
those
to
in particular.
misinformation, and that's one of the concerns, is that somebody looks at this form that doesn't understand that sometimes you add it into here, sometimes you add it into there. If you're doing statistical analysis, somebody looks at this and goes, wait a minute, look at that. This construction cost, like Lee was saying, was a lot cheaper. And, why was that? And so I'm just asking for consistency. I'm not saying one way or the other, well, you should have a separate category. Personally, I don't think it matters as long as you can figure out a way to be consistent. That's all.
And factor in, or consider factoring in whether districts who do take on that function themselves and who are incurring costs, but are not paying a CM to do that, where do they report that?
They don't.
But it's an incurred cost, right?
Yes, it is. So, okay, so can this question be answered accurately? Potentially not.
Same as everything else, no.
What?
It can't be, the data is not accurate because construction management fees are hard costs if they're CM at risk or multi-prime, and they're soft costs if they're not. So this question doesn't need to be here.
Well, or you could, there's a possibility, under 2C up above, you could add 4 CM fees, and then under soft cost number 3, you could add a subcategory into there that says CM fees.
If applicable.
If applicable, yeah, on each one of those. So you either put it in the hard construction costs or the soft costs as a subcategory, and then explain that in the instructions.
Well, and then the soft cost in the drop-down menu and in the little parens that are on there could say architect fees, CM fees, tests and inspection, yada, yada. Yep.
No.
Okay, let's finish up, and we're just about done for the day, and I apologize that we got sidetracked on actually working on this instead of going over concepts, but here you go. Contingency. Does this question provide accurate information, and can the question be answered? How do you have a question? Hold on, let Paul.
But I'm usually required to include that on each line item, portion of contingency, and not have it as a one-line item. And definitely by the end of the project, I shouldn't have any contingency left. It actually represents, for me, a good portion of my contingency ends up being item number 4, estimated remaining project costs not constructed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see how contingency is actually a project cost. It's not. Cost infers that you've paid for something. Contingency is a planning mechanism that you budget. You don't pay for it. So, I think that I agree. I think estimated remaining project costs not yet contracted would be you would include that in there if you had anything, but I don't think contingency should be there.
Yeah, same thing with allowances. I mean, if you.
Well,
I'm going to disagree, though.
I would disagree, too. I'm with Rob.
I think 4 and 6 are completely different. 4 is things that I know I have to do in order to complete the project, i.e. add 4 more classrooms because I applied for 20 and I've only built 16. 6 is I've tended to have 5% change orders on projects like this, and I have a 5% contingency.
So if
I agree, it's a planning mechanism, but I'm just disagreeing that it is very different.
It becomes a cost, though.
It's very different from 4.
Contingency, and if not to play into you guys' hand, but if there was only one submittal and it was at the end of the project, contingency would be 0. I got that. Everybody understands that. Okay.
Support that.
Okay. I got it. So, but if you did a submittal at 1 year, for example, which we've all determined is the most accurate of the 2 early submittals, If you did a submittal at 1 year, you'd be an irresponsible manager if you didn't have a line item in contingency at that time.
Or damn good.
Right? Okay.
So can you assume that, again, like item number 4, as you do those go up into item number 2C1?
Essentially, they become 2C1. That's right.
Contingencies as you spend them down, or your allowances as you spend them down, if you have to do that, become part of your construction cost.
The remaining project costs are, the way that we ran our projects in the district, you had your contingency for your main contracts, and then you had usually a separate thing that covered some other items under number 4, which would be additional projects that you might have to do. But, I think this is a question that you can certainly answer, especially early in the project, and you can definitely answer it at the end because it better be 0. Okay.
But just thinking about it, in terms of long-term data for what is trying to be collected here,
well, no,
I just don't see any reason for having a contingency amount in there. The project is what the project is at the end when it's done,
I hear
and that's
you.
the costs.
But
so I could put in $10 million in there for contingency.
And we hope you wouldn't.
Only if it were a $200 million project.
But what we're trying to get to is something that adds up to item 8. And if you submit, if we end up with a submittal other than just one submittal at the end of the project, we probably want to have some information there. I think districts probably do, that would accurately reflect what the final estimated cost of the project might be.
So if you put in even a 3% contingency, which is, I think, pretty normal, 3 to 5% contingency for construction, and your first submittal has that 3% contingency in there, and you're very, very lucky, and you don't have any problems with a contract, and the end one takes that out, and somebody looks at that and says, hey, your end construction is so much lower than what your... It's again getting back to what Lyle was saying, and it's in the interpretation of the data. I don't see any real need to have that in there. It can easily be misinterpreted.
And it has been. And, I've been in many meetings where it's been misinterpreted. Not here, but at the local level. But okay, I hear you. So let's move on. We're going to talk about the last question: furniture and equipment. Is it a question that you can answer? And is the information accurate? Well, you're right. So answering the question about furniture and equipment costs, it's going to be an estimated cost at the beginning. That you have a district policy and a planning guideline. You set aside X percent, whatever I spent on my last job, plus 10% or something like that. And so if there's an early submittal, it's an estimate. And if it's a later submittal at the end of the project, you've probably bought most of it, but you still may have some. So it is, I think it's a fair question, and it certainly reflects a project cost that you want to understand if we're trying to get down and have everything sum up and give us a total project cost. Okay. All right. So before we go, I know I went off the script for the day. Sorry, Hannah. We never actually talked about the joint use information that's at the bottom of this page in the previous discussion that we had at the first meeting about the PIW. Who said that? Oh, Paul?
That
Yeah.
was your suggestion.
I know, but
That's
we
easy.
didn't.
That's the easy piece.
So do we have any? We didn't have comments on this, correct? Didn't we skip over this last time?
I don't believe we discussed it in the meeting. We did get at least one comment in a letter.
Which was?
Suggestion that we eliminate it.
Okay. All right. So
I think there was a little bit of discussion as to clarification. Did we mean joint use in the state sense of the word or in the small j, small?
Yeah. I think I recall that. It wasn't sort of all that directly related to what was on the PIW, though, other than the word.
Well, what does the word on the PIW refer to then?
projects that receive a joint use apportionment.
From the State Allocation Board.
Yes.
So it is large J.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not local contribution.
It's something that gets a formal joint use, submits a joint use application and receives specific joint use program funding.
Okay.
So if we apply the same standard, I mean, is this accurate information? Can the questions be answered? So, or another way to ask this
Another
question.
one that they already know the answer. It's superfluous. They already know it. We've already applied for a joint use grant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this should be one that is self-populating or self.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the suggestion there is that this is information we already have. And what in that group that we're asking there is information that we don't have?
Yeah, I believe you have it all.
So the joint use partner would have had to contribute capital funding towards the project, correct? Isn't that part of the regulation?
No.
No?
No.
Michael, you want to help us out here?
Check yes or no to indicate whether the project includes a joint use partner, even if the joint use project does not include state funding.
I mean, well, okay, and so this is designed to, go ahead, Richard.
So this does incorporate local match money. All right, that's a problem. I'll just be frank.
Good, Eric.
So how do you value joint use land immediately adjacent to your school?
I think it's very valuable.
I understand, but for purposes of this form, how does that help? How does that help in what you're trying to gather from the PIW when you know you have a joint use park next to your school in which there's been no state contribution and there's no state cost and there's no district cost? It's a matter of just an agreement between the community and the school district. How does that add value to this report? Now, what I thought Mike was going to do was indicate that what is not stated in this question is that if you have a bond in which you have an agreement to front fund all of the joint use components, the joint use partner does not have to provide a contribution. That is a component that you may not know at OPSC. That's the only part that you may not know.
Okay.
Bill?
Yeah.
I think that this should be changed, and the instruction should be changed so that it does reflect only a project that is a joint use project under the SFP, and then have it self-populate, with the information that is already available.
So thank you. Would a district that, do districts that have joint use projects, I guess I know the answer, but let me ask you, do they have to fill this out, the PIW?
Only if it's in conjunction with a regular new construction project.
Okay.
So they don't have to specifically for the joint use project.
That seems funny. Okay.
Well, because this form's only required for
new construction.
Right. Okay. Yes, Fred?
Well, just to clarify for me, so if it is a local joint use, like a pool, would you deduct that cost from your total cost of the project? Well, it's part of the project cost, but it's all local contribution, so it's just melded into the other somewhere?
So
are you referring to just a local match? Because if it's just a local match, how we pull together our local match
So it's a
seems to
local
be
match
outside
that
the
came
scope of this
from
whole discussion.
The city or something?
I think we're delving outside the scope of this conversation when we deal with local match.
But that dollar amount would show up in the contract, though.
Well, the total cost is what we're talking about.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Right.
Okay. So I guess it sounds like we need to rethink this section somewhat, at least. And determine what it is we're trying to answer? I mean, from a bond accountability standpoint, are we trying to provide data? Have we provided any data summaries of from this part of the PIW yet as part of the data summaries that we've prepared at OPSC?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got totally off track, but we had a good discussion of several key elements of the PIW.
Bill, I actually think this was very valuable.
Okay,
that I wouldn't mind, even though it's tedious, but you're hearing feedback on every single line, and whether it's useful or not, I think that's exactly what you want. Instead of, I mean, I appreciate all the work that everybody did on the suggestions, but personally, I can't remember whether all the suggestions got up on the board or not from last time. So I think this is actually very interesting, except that we need the drop-down menus.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And I didn't mean to say it wasn't valuable. I think we went into we staff and myself went into this thinking we were going to do a more general overview, and so I apologize to staff for getting out in the weeds here. But I think it was good. I think it was a good discussion to have. So I appreciate it. So our next meeting is on the 13th of April.
Can I just say I need to acknowledge we're having all these issues, and districts are currently having to submit these.
Yes.
So, I mean, we by definition are acknowledging that the ones that have been submitting are having all these struggles. And you know, I have one due Tuesday, I think. So, you know, we need to do something about that. So we either need to pause it until we get it right, or just have an understanding that everything that's been submitted to date still has these same struggles that we're all up here talking about.
I think we understand that we're having struggles, the districts are having struggles filling out the PIW, and I think we're trying to, we got direction from the board to do some changes, streamline it, change the submittals, and maybe this was the fastest way to get there, what we did today. So, anyway, thank you. See you next time.